2023, together with my partner here, Alaya.
Today promises to be an intellectually stimulating journey, and I'm thrilled to guide you through our comprehensive agenda. Before the conference begins, I will explain the rundown for today's agenda. We will start with Tilawatil Quran by Muhammad Albi Al-Mahdi, continued by singing Indonesia Raya Anthem and Sang Surya. And after that, will be the official opening of the conference from Vice Dean of the Engineering Faculty, Mr. Muhammad Solikin, PhD. The Vice Dean will deliver the introductory remarks and officially declare the conference underway. This segment will take from 7:45 to 8 a.m.
And after the opening, we will continue to the first panel session. We are honored to have two distinguished speakers today. The first speakers will be Associate Professor Rois Fatoni, PhD, and the second speakers will be Associate Professor Carol C. Kilin, and the moderator will be Associate Professor Purwanti Sri Pudiastuti. The first panel session scheduled from 8 to 10.
After an intellectually enriching morning, we will take a short break for a coffee from 10 to 10:15. This is an excellent opportunity for networking and informal discussions. The momentum continues in the mid-morning with parallel session 1, scheduled from 10:15 to 11:45. This session is designed to provide a platform in-depth discussion on various topics, offering participants a chance to explore diverse perspectives within smaller groups.
Following parallel session 1, we will break for lunch from 11:45 to 13. And the afternoon sessions will be parallel session 2 from 13 to 14:45. Similar to the morning parallel session, this segment will offer participants to engage in fruitful discussion within smaller groups.
At 14:45, we will pause for a brief coffee break and prayer time, allowing participants to recharge and reflect in their own way. As we move into the final stretch of the conference, we are excited to present panel session 2 from 15:30 to 17:40. Our esteemed speakers for these sessions are Dr. Ridi Saluja and Dr. Puspita Ayu Permatasari. Dr. Saluja will share their insight from 15:30 to 16:15, and Dr. Permatasari will follow from 16:15 to 17. We will then conclude the day with a dedicated Q&A session from 17 to 17:30. Providing our final opportunity for participants to engage with our speakers.
I encourage each and every one of you to actively participate, ask questions, and take full advantage of the wealth of knowledge and expertise present here today. There will be an announcement for the best paper at the end of the conference, so please make sure to stay with us, until the last agenda.
So let's make this conference a memorable and intellectually rewarding experience. Thank you for your attention, and let the discussions begin with reciting Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So we will start today's agenda with Tilawatil Quran by Muhammad Al-Mahdi.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. يا أيها الذين آمنوا إذا قيل لكم تفسحوا في المجالس إذا قيل لكم تفسحوا في المجالس فافسحوا يفسح الله لكم وإذا قيل انشزوا فانشزوا يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم والذين أوتوا العلم درجات والله بما تعملون خبير والله بما تعملون خبير صدق الله العلي العظيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Muhammad Albi Al-Mahdi, for the beautiful recite of the Holy Quran. The next agenda will be the official opening of the conference from Vice Dean of the Engineering Faculty, Mr. Muhammad Solikin, PhD.
Pardon. There will be singing Indonesia Raya before the opening speech. Okay. For the next agenda, we will be singing Indonesia Raya and Sang Surya. For the audience, please kindly stand up.
The next agenda will be the official opening of the conference from Vice Dean of the Engineering Faculty, Mr. Muhammad Solikin, PhD. For Mr. Muhammad Solikin, PhD, please come to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. The Honorable Dean of Faculty Engineering Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta, the Honorable Committee of ICETIA and RAPI 2023, the honorable keynote speakers and invited speakers. In here stated that we have Professor Dr. Sami Ben Slama, Dr. Puspita Ayu Permatasari, and then we have Associate Professor Carol C. Kilin. We also have Dr. Ridis Saluja, Associate Professor Rois Fatoni, and Professor Lianake de Silva. And the honorable presenters, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Praise be to Allah, the Lord of the universe, who has been giving us blessing and mercies so we can attend this year conference. Let me, on behalf of Dean, Faculty of Engineering, and Committee of the conference, extend a very warm welcome to you all who attend this opening remark of our annual conference, both for you who attend this session offline and also online. This conference, what we call it as ICETIA, International Conference on Engineering, Technology and Industrial Application, and also RAPI, Rekayasa, Peracangan, dan Aplikasi Industri, is an annual conference hosted by Faculty of Engineering Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta. And this conference become part of ICET, the International Summit on Science, Technology and Humanity, also an annual conference from University Muhammadiyah Surakarta. The ICET itself includes 14 joint conferences and has been officially started by an opening ceremony on Tuesday, 5th of December 2023. This university, Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta, is the largest private university in Central Java, host of about 40,000 students. This university represents the contribution of Muhammadiyah organization in education, because Muhammadiyah organization has more about 170 higher education, and one of them is Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta. In addition, I need to mention that the Faculty of Engineering has 10 study programs, 11 actually, and this one include undergraduate and postgraduate programs. For this year, ICETIA and RAPI, this conference attract more than 100 presenters, and they are from Indonesia, UK, Australia, Japan, Thailand, Malaysia, Taiwan, Saudi Arabia, and Brunei Darussalam. So let me express my gratitude to all keynote speakers and presenters who support this event. This year's conference has a special theme of synergizing Bengawan Solo conservation and environmentally friendly batik and textile industries towards a sustainable river basin. As we mentioned in the website of conference, Bengawan Solo becomes the longest river in Java Island. The upstream of Bengawan Solo lies in Sewu Mountains, around 77 kilometers from this place, and spanning about 370 miles. The river plays important role for farming, transportation, and fishing activities. However, the river faces some problems, such as water pollution and narrowing of the river bank. Therefore, conservation of Bengawan Solo River become important topic to be discussed. In addition, BATIK is United Nations UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage, and this type of clothes is origin from Solo as well. Therefore, discussing those topics in this conference will show our responsibility to our heritage. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for all paper that has been accepted after review by our scientific committee, it will be published in Scopus Index proceeding. And also, it will be published in a journal. For RAPI article, it will be published in national proceeding. Therefore, in this occasion, I would like to thank to all scientific committee for your contribution to review all the articles. Moreover, this publication is ensure that all your academic product is well documented. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the agenda of the conference is not only an academic sharing session that we conducted today, but also the participants have the opportunity to join a workshop on batik that will be conducted tomorrow. So please feel free to join the workshop. In this session, I would like to thank to all committee members of ICETIA and RAPI 2023 for your hard work and your contribution to make this conference successful. At last, thank you for your kind attention and enjoy this two-day conference session. By saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, officially the ICETIA and RAPI 2023, let's begin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Solihin, PhD, for the introductory remarks and the official opening of this conference.
After the opening, we will have the first panel session. For the first keynote speaker will be Associate Professor Rais Fatoni, PhD, and the second speakers will be Associate Professor Carol C. Kilin, and the moderator will be Associate Professor Purwanti Sri Pudiastuti. And this is the curriculum vitae of Purwanti for the operator. Mrs. Purwanti, curriculum vitae. Okay, yeah, Without further ado, for Mrs. Purwanti Sri Pudiastuti, please come to the stage.
Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the ICETIA 2023 conference. We are excited to have you join us in this hybrid conference. And my name is Purwanti Sri Pudiastuti, and I will be the moderator for this first panel session. And as a moderator, I will be responsible for hosting this first panel today. And I'm glad to welcome our distinguished keynote speakers for this panel session, Associate Professor Rois Fatoni and Associate Professor Carol C. Belinn. And as moderator, I will be monitoring the time during this panel session. So we have 90 minutes for presentation by two keynote speakers, and then followed by 30 minutes discussion or question and answer. And for the online participant, we will have designated time to address the questions, but you may submit questions at any time during the session by writing your question in the Q&A text box. Okay, let's get started. As we know, the 17 SDGs accepted by all United Nations member states in 2015 cover a wide range of issues associated with socio-economic, environmental, and technological development. And the SDGs are applied for all countries around the world, not just those classified as developing or emerging countries. And for the SDG 4, it calls for equal access to tertiary education, including university, as part of promotion of opportunities for lifelong learning for all. So the universities play an important role in the SDGs, serving as a catalyst for the achievement of the entire set of goals through their roles in human formation, knowledge production, and innovation. And in the next 45 minutes, we'll be listening to the first keynote speakers who will deliver a presentation titled The Role of Muhammadiyah Engineering Higher Education in Achieving Sustainable Development Goals. The first keynote speaker received his bachelor's degree in chemical engineering from Universitas Gadjah Mada, Yogyakarta, and Master of Science in Chemical Process Design from University of Manchester, England, and he was awarded with PhD in Chemical Engineering from University Waterloo, Canada, and he has published more than 70 papers about refinery optimization, natural fiber composites, chemical product design, and tofu industry safety. And he is member of IOEM Society and Persatuan Insinyur Indonesia, and he is currently the Dean of Faculty of Engineering Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta. Now please welcome our first keynote speaker, Associate Professor Rois Fatoni. Pak Rois Fatoni, stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Innal hamdalillah nahmaduhu wa nasta'inuhu wa nastaghfiruh wa na'udzu billahi min syururi anfusina wa min sayyiati a'malina. May yahdihillahu fala mudhillalah wa may yudlilhu fala hadiyalah. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad kama shallaita ala Ibrahim wa ala ali Ibrahim innaka Hamidum Majid. Amma ba'du. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and speakers, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the 10 ICETIA. Yeah, but now I speak as keynote speaker, ya, not as a dean, ya. Okay, please, operator. When Pak Eko asked me, actually it's not ask me, insist to make me keynote speaker. I don't know what to say except yes. Yeah. But during last 3-4 days, I become PSC, permanent head damage, yeah, because I don't know what to say. Gitu, ya. And then here I am. Yeah. I will talk about the role of Muhammadiyah Engineering Higher Education in achieving Sustainable Development Goals. Yeah. Since last years, the ICETIA seminar themes, we agreed to continuously take SDGs as a main theme in our ICETIA. Yeah. And also for this year's theme, BATIK and BENGAWAN Solo, as explained very well by Dr. Solihin, we would like to become center of BATIK and BENGAWAN Solo in Indonesia, the Faculty of Engineering. In today's talk, I would like to start with overview of Muhammadiyah, ya. Muhammadiyah, Persyarikatan Muhammadiyah, Muhammadiyah Organization, one of biggest Islamic reform movement in Indonesia and also in the world. And then I will continue to engineering higher education in Muhammadiyah universities in a brief. After that, I will review in short about Islam and SDGs, and then engineering education and SDGs, and then the challenge, the challenge for higher education, higher engineering education, especially Islamic higher engineering education, including Muhammadiyah, to address this issue, this SDGs issue. And then how Islamic values in UMS to be reconstructed to accommodate the issues of SDGs. And then I will sum up with some concluding remarks. Next, please. This is the overview of Muhammadiyah organization. In 2021, Robert Hefner made a statement that the most successful religious non-governmental organization in the world is Muhammadiyah. Yeah. Currently, Muhammadiyah manages more than 170 higher education, 457 hospitals and healthcares, and all community services in education and health services. Established in 1912 by Kiai Haji Ahmad Dahlan, the main activities of Muhammadiyah is to provide education and health services. Estimated this year, Muhammadiyah asset reached 400 trillion rupiah. Yeah, 400 trillion rupiah for the asset of Muhammadiyah organization. So that's why Robert Hefner, actually Dr. Robert Hefner promoted Muhammadiyah and Nahdlatul Ulama to receive Nobel Prize, yeah, but not happened yet. Okay, next please. Imagine we are living in Afghanistan, yeah, now, when Islam is not compatible with the modern world, yeah, everything comes from the West, Muslim there denied, rejected, yeah, and then that is more or less the same situation when Kiai Haji Ahmad Dahlan and his companion live in early 90s. Yeah. Everything that the Dutch colonials bring is not compatible with Islam. Muslim has Muslim has their own healthcare system. Muslim has their own education system. Yeah. People, they don't trust doctors, hospitals, because doctors, all of them Dutchmen, Christian, not Muslim, kafir. Okay. Also school, Muslim, they don't go to school. They go to pondok pesantren. And then come Kiai Haji Muhammad Dahlan, yeah, to reform this situation. After studying in Mecca for several years, he come to Indonesia and promote Muhammadiyah. This is not the correct way of doing the Islam religion. So this is one of quotes, yeah, that Kiai Haji Ahmad Dahlan give. If we are living in this year, this is very common. But imagine this quote, yeah, in 1912, yeah. Muhammadiyah pada masa sekarang ini berbeda dengan Muhammadiyah pada masa yang akan datang. Karena itu hendaklah warga muda-mudi Muhammadiyah terus menjalani dan menempuh pendidikan serta menuntut ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi di mana dan kemana saja. Menjadilah dokter, sesudah itu kembali kepada Muhammadiyah. Jadilah master, insinyur dan profesional, lalu kembalilah kepada Muhammadiyah sudah itu. This saying comes from Ahmad Dahlan, the leader of religious organization. Ya. Ini nasihat ini keluar dari Kiai Haji Ahmad Dahlan, pemimpin organisasi keagamaan. Ya. Perintahnya itu adalah jadilah dokter, jadilah mister, jadilah insinyur. Yeah. His order to society is to young generations, become doctor, become engineer, become mister, become professional. Yeah. This come from top leader from religious organization. So this is very visionary. Ini adalah sangat visioner. Actually, we Indonesian people in much step to him, because without his movement, without his activities and his companion, probably today we are not compatible with the modern world, like what Muslim in Afghanistan doing right now. Also for the girls, yeah. Imagine, yeah, in Muslim world, in the colonial era, yeah, Kiai Ahmad Dahlan give advice to young girls. Ya, one day suatu saat Kiai Ahmad bertanya kepada anak-anak perempuan Muhammadiyah, apakah kamu tidak malu jika auratmu dilihat kaum lelaki? Anak-anak muda perempuan itu serentak menjawab bahwa mereka akan malu sekali jika hal itu terjadi. Kiai lalu berkata, jika kau malu, mengapa jika kau sakit lalu pergi ke dokter laki-laki, apalagi ketika hendak melahirkan anak. Jika kau memang benar-benar malu, hendaknya kau terus belajar dan jadilah dokter. Ya, ini adalah nasihat seorang kiai, pemimpin organisasi keagamaan. Perintahnya adalah jadilah dokter. This is very visioner. Ya, ini sangat visioner. Next, please. Yeah. Now for engineering higher education. Currently there are more than 170 universities managed by Muhammadiyah, and 75 of the universities has science or technology engineering faculty. 58 of them becomes the member of AST-PTMA. This is Association of Science, Technology, Engineering Faculty of Muhammadiyah Universities. So this is the contribution of Muhammadiyah 100 years after Kiai Ahmad Dahlan established organisasi Muhammadiyah, Persyarikatan Muhammadiyah. We manage 170 universities across the nation, from Aceh to Papua. Yeah, more than 500,000 students enrolled in Muhammadiyah universities or higher education. This is huge contribution to the nations. And also for the SDGs itself, yeah, by doing this, actually Muhammadiyah already contribute to the SDG achievement, which is goals number 4, which is quality education. Next, please. Now, the issue of SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. Yeah, in 2015, United Nations and signatory member countries agreed to set up 17 goals. Yeah, set up to 17 goals. And between countries, they collaborate, they organize activities, set up goals, parameters in manage their countries. Yeah. From 17 goals, actually 7 goals, yeah, classified as the ends. Ya. Jadi dari 17 SDGs yang muaranya itu adalah well-being, ya. Muaranya adalah well-being of people, itu ada 7 goals. Number 1, no poverty. Number 2, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education. Kemudian gender equality, decent work, and goal number 10, reduce inequalities. Ya. Jadi dari 17 tadi oleh Setiayo dikategorikan 7 itu adalah terkait dengan well-being. In the end, we find out that this is the hayatan thayyibah. Ya, jadi well-being itu dalam terminologi Al-Quran itu adalah hayatan thayyibah. Falanuh niyanahu hayatan thayyibah. The end of the goal is hayatan thayyibah of human being. Ya, well-being of human being. Meanwhile, the other 10 goals is a means. Yang goals yang lain, yang 10 itu adalah cara untuk mewujudkan hayatan thayyibah yang diindikasikan dari 7 goal tadi. The other 10 goals is more a means, the way how to achieve the hayatan thayyibah, the well-being of human being tadi. So by this framework, Abdurrahman et al. In 2015 proposed framework, Islamic framework of SDGs. The core of goals is well-being, human being well-being. Jadi hayatan thayyibah. Again, because human being is the main actor in this earth, so the focus is the life of human being, how to achieve well-being, how to achieve hayatan thayyibah, kehidupan yang baik, kehidupan yang menyenangkan, kehidupan yang bahagia di dunia ini. However, this is the difference between SDGs in UNESCO, UN perspective and Islamic perspective. In Islam Creed, di dalam rukun atau kredo, rukun iman, rukun Islam, agama Islam, the first obligation of human being is ibadah, beribadah kepada Allah, acknowledge the Creator and submit to the Creator. So this is one main factor of hayatan thayyibah in Islam. So that's why the indicator of well-being based on Islamic perspective, including pious faithful, jadi ketakwaan dan keimanan, iman dan amal soleh. Ini menjadi center di dalam well-being, hayatan thayyibah bagi manusia. Sementara yang lain, the others, yang di 7, ini semua adalah ajaran dalam Islam. Kalau dirunut sejarahnya, dirunut dalil-dalilnya, all these 7 and even 17 goals, there are root in Quran and Hadith. Literature can be found everywhere. Okay. So these are example of model how SDGs viewed from Islamic perspective. Al-Jayusi and then Daria. There are some Islamic terms associated with concept and approach of sustainability. Al-Jayusi proposed 6 value, which are arham, which is social capital, synonym to social capital, and then mizan, balance between spiritual and physical worth of human being, and then tasbih, prayer, relationship between human being and the Creator, adl, justice, and ihsan, the beauty. Ihsan here is the beauty, the beauty of this world life. Daria et al. Propose a model for sustainable development based on Islamic worldview. Again, the center of the model is good life, hayatan thayyibah. So, the good life of human being. Again, here we have limit of mischief, fasad, justice, adl, excellence, ihsan, and arham. The social capital, the relationship between within the family and between the family and society. This very important role of Hayatan Thayyibah. Next, please. So many believe that Islamic teaching is highly compatible with SDGs, except for one aspect, the spiritual aspect. So we can say that 17 goals is exactly what Islamic teaching gives us, minus the spiritual aspects. Yeah. So this is the challenge. How, as Kiai Haji Ahmad Dahlan did in early 90s, yeah, we can transform the society, Muslim society, to embrace, the sustainable development goal. Jadi tantangannya masih sama dengan yang dihadapi oleh Kiai Haji Ahmad Dahlan. Cuma kita beruntung karena kita punya contoh, kita sudah mewarisi itu. Bagaimana Muslim, masyarakat Muslim yang sebagai hasil dari ratusan tahun kolonialisme itu memiliki barrier yang sangat besar, yang sangat kokoh dengan dunia modern yang diidentikan dengan dunia barat. Dan dunia barat identik dengan sekulerisme. So this is the challenge. Tantangannya adalah bagaimana, the challenge is how we can continue, ya, what Kiai Haji Ahmad Dahlan did 100 years ago, ya, to systematically transform the society. In our case, academicians, students, ya, to embrace the SDGs as the whole part, the integral part of Islamic teachings. Yeah. However, yeah, this is also the challenge. Many experts says that yes, you can say that Islam is compatible with SDGs, but show me one single Muslim countries in the world with outstanding achievement of SDGs. The answer is none. Even the Saudi Arabia, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they have very large, very vast amount of oil money. Even with that abundant money, unlimited money, Saudi Arabia has no program for renewable energy. So this is very ironic. You say that Islam is very compatible with SDGs, but please give me one example. The answer is none. Yeah. So the psychological and historical barrier between Islamic world and the West was blamed. Ya, jadi lagi-lagi yang disalahkan adalah ini karena kolonialisme, hasil kolonialisme dan seterusnya. In 2012, Prince Charles, still Prince that time, yeah, now Kang Kim, and the King of Jordan, yeah, established 1001 inventions. Ya. Jadi tahun 2012 Raja Jordan dengan Pangeran Charles membuat inisiatif 1001 inventions. The goals of the incentive is to try to minimize or to not destroy but to minimize the barriers. So Muslim world and the West itu become closer. Jadi inisiatif ini, program ini, kampanye ini tujuannya adalah untuk mendekatkan umat Islam dengan dunia barat. Caranya bagaimana? Caranya adalah menggali warisan-warisan teknologi, warisan ilmu dan teknologi dari abad pertengahan, the Golden Age. Ya, sehingga Muslim world, Muslim societies dengan Barat itu sebenarnya punya nasab yang sama, yaitu adalah Muslim abad pertengahan. Ya, sudah ada upaya bagaimana mendekatkan ya dunia Barat dengan dunia Muslim agar tidak selalu terjadi curigation gitu ya, tidak terlalu saling curiga, saling merasa bermusuhan. Tapi sekarang dengan kasusnya yang terjadi di Palestina menjadi ambiar lagi kan, sebenarnya seperti itu. So for the autocritic of Muhammadiyah Engineering Higher Education, we need reconstruction, ya. We need reconstruction, religious reconstruction to provide more robust theological foundation for engineering and technology advancement in Muslim world. So this is the example how we try to contribute, to address the challenge. In 2021, UMS Rector already signed the new strategic planning, RENSA, document RENSA. When correction is the shift of educational paradigm in response to outcome-based education. So the Islamic values, in the previous document, were constructed by using a philosophy of science framework, ontology, epistemology, and axiology. And the 7 values, tauhid, ibadah, khilafah, istisah, ilmu, adil, and amanah, filled with this framework. This framework is suitable for the input-based education because the focus of input-based education is the body of knowledge. When we talk about the body of knowledge, and the framework is philosophy of science, ontology, epistemology, and axiology. But after OBE become common, become mandatory in higher education, we need to reconstruct the Islamic value in UMS. And then we use, because the focus is graduate profile, then we use belief, value, and character to reconstruct the Islamic value of Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta. So the core belief is Tauhid and Akhirat, and then described by Iman, Islam, Ihsan, and Taqwa. And then the value here is what is the God purpose when He created man. There are 3 purposes of creation. The first one is Khalifah, the first one is ibadah, the second one is Khalifah, and then the third one is istiqmarah. From the old value, here we introduce istiqmarah as separated from Khalifah. Previously, istiqmarah is embedded in istikhlafah, but now we take it out and make it individual values. So based on these values, and then we try to foster students to become the main characters. This is the main characters. Each program can add more characters for the student. Sidik, amanah, tabligh, fatonah. Honesty, trustworthy, sharing, and caring. So, what is the relationship between these values and SDGs achievement? In engineering education, this is very important because by excluding istiqmarah from istikhlafah, the relevance of what we are doing in engineering higher education is much more increase. Jadi apa signifikansinya dengan penambahan istiqmarah ini? Pendidikan tinggi teknik menemukan fondasi teologi yang lebih kuat. Sebab apa? Sebab istiqmaroh itu artinya adalah Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala menciptakan manusia, menempatkan di planet bumi agar manusia menjadikan planet bumi ini sebagai tempat tinggal yang menyenangkan. Dan peran para insinyur, para sarjana teknik itu semuanya itu bermuara kepada pengelolaan bumi menjadi tempat yang menyenangkan tadi. Ya. Teknik sipil, ya, civil engineers create roads, bridges, ya, mechanical engineers create cars, ya, arsitek create building houses, ya, industrial engineering create factories, manufacture industries, ya, etc. Ya. So this is the three WMS Islamic value: istiqmarah, khilafah, and ibadah. Hopefully, student in engineering education find more robust theological foundations when they are spending their time, their effort, their money to pursue their degree. Next, please. So these are the examples of implementation. Islam and science become mandatory subject in all Muhammadiyah universities as part of Islam and Muhammadiyah lecture series. And then promoting SDGs as the themes of ICETIA. Yeah. Last year, our topic is process and product design innovation toward responsible production and consumption. This is actually SDG course number 12. Okay. This year, in accordance with the effort of Faculty of Engineering to become the center of excellence for BATIK and BENGAWAN Solo, the topic is synergizing BENGAWAN Solo conservation and environmentally friendly BATIK and textile industries toward sustainable river basin. And this topic strongly related to SDG number 6 and number 14. Yeah. Another example is Islamic audit instrument for green building, yeah, initiated by architecture program in collaboration with Central Board of Muhammadiyah. And this instrument audit for green building is already implemented in Muhammadiyah institution. To close my speech, these are the concluding remarks. Yeah. Sustainable development goals are very supported by Islamic teachings, but in contrast, non-Muslim countries show outstanding achievement in SDGs. Muhammadiyah University play very crucial role in achieving SDGs by providing quality higher education, yeah, SDG number 4, and preparing the students of SDGs as part of Islamic values. Yeah. And the last point is UMS3 Islamic value ibadah, istiqlafah, and istiqmarah can be seen as promising approach to increase SDGs achievement. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Rois, for the interesting presentation. Okay, now we move to the second keynote speaker for this first panel session. Over the next 45 minutes, we'll be listening to an associate professor from the City University of Hong Kong. She received her bachelor's degree in chemical and materials engineering with first-class honors from the University of Auckland, New Zealand. And she was awarded with PhD in 2008 in biochemical engineering at the School of Chemical Engineering and Analytical Science at the University of Manchester, England. She has been involved in over 20 research projects as principal investigator, which mainly focus on development of integrated biorefinery strategies, include valorization of agricultural residues, food, beverage, plastic, and textile waste. She has published more than 160 peer-reviewed journal articles, and she was recognized as the world's top 2% scientist in the field of biotechnology and environmental science by Stanford University in 2020 to 2022. And she has been involved as an active member of various national and international commissions and committees, such as the Scientific Board of the International Sustainable Chemistry Collaborative Center, Germany, and she regularly serves as an external assessor for national and international funding institutions, including National Research Foundation in Singapore and Dutch Research Council, as well as European Science Foundations. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored today to have a topic of technological advancement and development of circular waste-based biorefinery for sustainable production of chemicals, materials, and fuels that will be addressed by Associate Professor Carol C. Belinn. Now, please welcome our distinguished keynote speaker, Associate Professor Carol C. Belinn. Professor Carol, time is yours.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Yeah, so I hope you can hear my presentation. So, it's really my pleasure to be invited for giving this presentation at the 10th International Conference Engineering, Technology, and Industrial Application. So I wish to take the opportunity to thank you for all the invitation. So as you could see from the title, the topic for today's talk is on technological advance and development of was received every day in 2021. So this account of 30% of the total waste, and the amount of waste generated increased every subsequent stages of the food supply chain, especially at the manufacturing and the retail consumer, what we call the post-consumption stages. Hello? Hello, is that okay? I just continue? Yeah. Is that fine if I just continue like this? Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, so I will just continue. So this slide just shows a good summary of the technologies for food waste valorization. And the concept of food waste valorization has been receiving increasing attention from the researchers, industry, policymakers, because of the superior advantages over traditional management approach like landfilling or incineration. So the possibility of using negligible food waste and the integration of sustainable practices and low environmental impact technologies in waste biorefinery could offer an effective green options for achieving a sustainable circular economy in the future. So the first generation valorization strategies, which aims to achieve the utilization of the complete waste streams for production of animal feeds, energy like the biohydrogen, biomethane, compost were already widely implemented and have undergone further development. And but what we find is that by using this second generation valorization technology could produce material and extract specific components that are subjected to recovery and conversion processes to obtain different classes of products like refined chemicals and biofuels. So this slide shows the three major renewable resources feedstock that are used by my research team, which mainly consists of agricultural crops and residues, food waste and byproduct streams, also the textile waste and byproduct streams. So these are the three most abundant organic waste streams in Hong Kong, and it is important to use efficient biorefinery strategies for recovery of these nutrients. So in my research team, these are the main approaches applied which can pre-treat the feedstock in order to allow efficient pre-treatment and fractionation in order to recover the nutrient source from these feedstocks. In addition, industrial biotechnology and green chemistry would be applied in order to transform the nutrients from the waste stream into value-added products. So the first project, titled Conversion of Food Waste into Polylactic Acid Fiber, was funded by Hong Kong Research Institutes of Textile and Apparel and a few industrial sponsors. So the main objective of the project is the conversion of food waste into PLA fiber. And the project is divided into three stages in which my research team were responsible for the work package 1, the production of lactic acid by fermentation using food waste, and work package 2, polymerization of lactic acid into PLA. And our collaborator from the Hong Kong Polytechnic University were responsible for work package 3, the spinning and testing on rheological properties and fracture morphology. So as shown in this particular slide, the main objectives for the second project, which is on the textile waste recycling by biological method, is to have a bioprocess to recover glucose and polyester from textile waste so that it could be reapplied in the textile industry. So I'm very glad to have H&M as an industrial sponsor. In collaboration with H&M, we developed advanced recycling processes to valorize waste textiles. So here it shows that a biorefinery strategy is proposed in this project. So in general, the cotton in waste textile has hydrolyzed and become glucose, which is then purified and converted into a variety of high-value bio-based products, while the remaining polyester was regenerated into fiber by melt spinning for application in the textile industry. So in our group, the recovered PET from textile waste fiber has been respun into new fibers by melt spinning as presented in this figure. And this work was conducted by Industrial Technology Research Institutes in Taiwan. So the polyester recovered from hydrolysis is respun into fully orientated yarn by granulations, molecular weight increases, and melt spinning, and also drawing. So here show the resultant PET fiber, which were produced using 20% of the recycled PET chips from textiles and 80% of the chips from PET bottles. So the resultant yarn has a tenacity over 3 grams per denim and elongation of 20 to 40%, which is suitable to be applied in the textile and apparel industry. So after the laboratory process was completed, feasibility study to scale up the process in industrial scale was conducted by my PhD student, Dr. Guanzi Him, who carried out the study at ATP Potsdam in Germany under the supervision of Dr. Joachim Wieners. And after completing the phase 1 project, my research team also participated in the phase 2 projects for designing and building a 500-liter pilot scale system for the textile waste recycling via biological method developed in phase 1 of the project. So in this project, the pilot plant was built and it is now located at the research lab of the Hong Kong Research Institutes of Textile and Apparel at the Hong Kong Science Park. So my consultancy role in the phase 2 project is to develop an economic model using the spreadsheets or simulation software packages. And the 2 scenarios have been conducted, which are the 500-liter scale and the commercial scale. So after mentioned in the previous slide, the latest research project that I have been involved is recently funded by the Engineering and Physical Science and Research Council in the UK under the theme of Recycle Research of a Plastic Circular Economy. So the aim is to develop an integrated waste refining strategy for extracting plastic and cotton fiber from textile waste to be used as raw materials in the textile industry. So the ultimate ambition is to develop a textile waste refinery to recycle PET, cellulose, and dye, while producing heat and power adjusting within this project and extending to metal and other accessory, wool, and other polymers in the future projects. And these figures illustrate the proposed textile waste biorefinery. So in the work package 1, we intended to use AI enhanced waste sorting to separate the textile waste to PET only, cotton only, and mixed PET cotton textile waste, as well as sorting waste based on the colors. And for work package 2 would be the physicochemical pretreatment to reduce the size of textiles, followed by ionic liquid extraction for dye recovery. So my research team mainly involved in the work package 2 and 3, which involve the extraction and enzymatic hydrolysis that will be used separately and together for the removal or partial degradation of cellulose from textile waste. And work package 4 will be the solid waste residue that will be processed in a low-flow pyrolysis unit, and the gases combust in a micro gas turbine to generate heat for the pretreatment process and power to export to the grid. And lastly will be the overall sustainability of the proposed strategies, which will be assessed to confirm the viability of the scheme and its environmental benefits. So next would be the presentation. So next would be the presentation about the COVID-19 pandemics. Okay, since the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemics, the personal protective equipment, PPE, were increasingly to reduce the risk of viral transmission. However, the massive increase of medical waste was observed due to the enforcement of the infectious control measures, which causes severe plastic pollution problem and pose threat to wildlife. So many countries have regulation to ban the use of single-use plastic for disposable items. And therefore, biodegradable and sustainable raw materials for PPE would be the future trend. And also, we foresee that technological integrated biorefinery focused on materials recovery approach will be actually needed. So this is how we start with a CLF project that aims to develop a food waste-derived non-woven medical textiles via electrospinning techniques for PPE, and also to evaluate the environmental economic impacts benefits associated with these sustainable and bio-based textile material methodology. So in total, there are 5 tasks associated in this project, and they are closely linked with each other. So here it shows the overall tasks, 5 major tasks involved. The first task is the food waste hydrolysis, and the second task is the fermentative lactic acid and PHPB production using food waste hydrolysate. And the third task is the development of the PHPB and PLA blend non-woven medical textile via electrospinning. And the fourth would be determination of fabricated textile characteristics and virus viability in the artificial saliva droplets. And lastly is to evaluate the environmental economic costs and benefits associated with alternative pathways for the medical textile material development and production. So in task 1, we purify and study the interactions among enzyme substrate inhibitors in a well-controlled environment by using model compound, synthetic food substrate, and the real food substrate. We also develop functional additives and optimize the process control to overcome the hydrolysis inhibition issues. And in the task number 2, we have derived nutrient-rich hydrolysate that will be applied in task 2, in which we develop novel fermentative strategies and production recovery protocols for food waste hydrolysate in microbead fermentation for lactic acid and PHPB production. And in task number 2, we have been using immobilized cells bioreactors to improve the process productivities because they can establish continuous operation with high cell densities, increase both the yield and productivities. And at the same time, we can simplify the downstream processes as the cultural broth with very low cell density would be collected. And what we have done is my postdoc, Dr. Jin Hua, he has developed this in-situ fab-spec bioreactor using the sugarcane bagasse as in mobilization materials. So in this in-situ fab-spec bioreactor, The solar support consists of these low-cost agricultural residues, like these sugarcane bagasse materials, and these are attractive as compared to the costly constructed stainless steel metal package. So in fact, lactic acid is a promising building block with a high value production of commodity and specialty chemicals, which has diverse applications. So the global lactic acid market was evaluated with US dollars 3.1 billion in 2023, and they're expected to grow with a compound annual interest rate of 8%. So this lactic acid could be also produced by microbial fermentation with the advantage of cheap available substrate and low energy consumption, and also the mild temperature control as compared to the synthetic. So during the organic fermentation process, the pH was controlled in order to keep an ideal range for the cell growth and efficient productions of the microorganisms. So here, by using the commercial base, such as sodium hydroxide, potassium hydroxide, these are the very common types of commercial base that are applied to it. However, because of the cost arise and also the high osmotic stress would be prone to the microorganisms, and also the issue with the corrosion to the equipment, then therefore what we have considered would be using a green and sustainable approach by using the seashell waste, because it contains 96% of calcium carbonate, which could be used as a neutralizing agents in the lactic acid fermentation. And this could also yield a high concentration when added to the broth. So this commercial calcium carbonate would actually would be a green and sustainable replacement for the commercial based. And here it just quickly shows some of these fermentation results using the seashell pieces as a neutralizer in the shake flask. And here we could see that by investigating using a synthetic medium with initial glucose concentration from 20 to 100 grams per liter, we could see our strain, the lactobacillus strain, can actually produce very high amount of lactic acid concentration, up to 88 grams per liter, with a high production yield and productivity of lactic acid, up to 1.44 grams per liter per hour. And after this initial preliminary study, what we have done is we also used 2-liter bioreactor and also various size of seashell waste powder and fine powder in order to see the neutralization effect on the fermentation. So the further investigation of this seashell waste in lactic acid production were examined in these 2.2-liter bioreactors. And firstly, the lactic acid fermentation using the food waste hydrolysate was conducted automatically at a pH 6 by using 10 molar sodium hydroxide. And afterwards, we could see that we subsequently replaced with the seashell pieces, seashell powder, and seashell fine powder. And the result shows that the optimum form of the seashell waste would be the seashell fine powder, in which we can achieve around 83 grams per liter of lactic acid with a high lactic acid yield and the highest productivity of 1.53 grams per liter per hour. So essentially, by applying the seashell waste, you could save up to around 40 grams per liter sodium hydroxide usage per liter of fermentation broth under this experimental condition. And later, what we have done is we've been using in situ flip-back bioreactors to increase the productivity by using this seashell fine powder as compared to the sodium hydroxide. And the result shows that we achieve a very high productivities of 1.9 grams per liter per hour and a very high glucose consumption rate up to 3.41 grams per liter per hour by using the seashell fine powder. And the overall result basically demonstrated that these seashell fine powders were proved to be a superior neutralization agents as compared to the sodium hydroxide. And the highest glucose consumption rate productivity were demonstrated, and we can basically save around 250 grams of sodium hydroxide per liter of fermentation broth. So now we move on to task number 3 of the CLF project. In this task, we like to select the suitable ratio of PHBV and PLA blend for electrospinning to produce sustainable textile and fabricate non-woven textile materials with targeted pore size at the same time to maintain a hydrophobic surfaces. So the fabricated textile were examined in task number 4 to achieve the desired properties with at least 50% reduction in the deposition rate on the hydrophobic surfaces and at least 95% of droplet filtration with acceptable breathability. And for the task number 3, what we have done is, in order to know the degradation rate of the medical textile we produce, we especially focus on the biodegradability, because we know that most of these plastic waste, they are either decomposed in landfills, and at the same time, some of these will be decomposed in the natural environment, like the soil or aquatic environment. So therefore, degradation of bioplastic and the blends into the environment were conducted, and some of these preliminary results were discussed here. So the campus degradation was conducted according to the ISO standard, and here are the degradation curve and the sample photos of control group cellulose and PP, nanofibers of the pure PLA and PLA PHPV blend of different ratios. So both PLA and PHPV are composed degradables, and their blends also shows good degradability of complete degradations within 4 weeks. And this is particularly fast degradation speed because most of these nanofiber textiles would have a larger surface area, and therefore it would degrade faster than the synthetic PP. And however, if you try to conduct the marine degradation experiment by putting this electrospin sample under the marine environment, we have observed that there were no degradation for pure PLA. However, there would be a possibility of improving the biodegradability by increasing the PHPV content of the blend according to the ratios of 7:3 and 5:5. And here it shows the SEM photos showing the before marine degradations and after the marine biodegradations. And we could see these nanofibers, which are basically melted together and after the biodegradation. And at the same time, we further analyzed the residual samples of the blend 73 after marine degradations, and the NMR and TJ result also suggests that only PLA were retained after these marine degradations. So for the future work, what we intended to do is to test the impact of different blending ratios on the degradations and investigate the mechanism of biodegradation process of the blends and identify the degradation bacterium and the enzymes. So the future research will investigate the effects of degradation of plants on surrounding environment, like the soil properties and the soil microbial diversities. So towards the end of the study, the life cycle assessment quantified the environmental impacts of the bioplastic degradation to provide a clear understanding and also to compare with the conventional plastics. So the next project will be on the biosurfactants, which is a recently funded EU RGC project, which is led by the Ghent University in Belgium. And the slide shows the background of the EU Horizon 2020 Research and Development projects titled lactic acid and biosurfactant sourced from sustainable agricultural and industrial food waste feedstock as novel functional ingredients for consumer products. So this project started in June 2021, which is coordinated by the Bio-based Europe Pilot Plant, by the Department of Biotechnology, Faculty of Bioscience and Engineering at the Ghent University in Belgium, with various academic and industrial partners. So these surfactants have been widely used in industry of petroleum, adhesive, flocculating, wetting, and foaming agents, and also penetrants because of the properties of lower surface tension, increasing solubility, the detergency power, wettability, and foaming capacity. So the global-based biosurfactant market is expected to reach US 6.4 billion by 2025, with the annual growth rate of 5.5%. So Salmonella buboncular was actually isolated from the Nyctis bumblebees and has been widely studied trained to produce cephalipids because it can produce high titers and productivity of cephalipids. And this figure shows a typical cephalipids production process in the lab scale. And these cephalipids can produce predominantly this what we call the electronic cephalipids as the major form, and the manufactions as the free acid form. So this slide showcases some of the previous cephalipids research conducted by my research team. So what we have done is to do the screening of multiple organic waste streams as the nutrient source for the cephalopods via batch and fed batch fermentations. We also conduct the optimization in the semi-continuous fed batch fermentations, and also techno-economic and life cycle assessment for the cephalopods production and waste streams. And finally, the bakery-based oil-based cephalopods production and optimization. So our EU RGC project, which is titled Development of One-Step Food Waste Biorefinery via Novel Bioreactor Designed Functional String Adaptive Laboratory Evolution and Genetic Engineering, consists of these 4 work packages. So the proposed project is aimed to develop a food waste derived biosurfactant via a very novel bioreactor design and genetic engineering of robust yeast to explore the bioeconomic viability of the waste biorefinery. So in summary, all these developments would actually lead to the production of a modified cephalopods to actually secrete the hydrolytic enzyme and to tolerate the food waste inhibitor in improve cephalopods productivity by using this one-pot bioreactor design. And we hope that by tailor-made this one-pot bioreactor, we can conduct the food waste hydrolysis and fermentation together, and therefore to reduce the cephalopods production cost that would benefit to the market, and also at the same time leading to a carbon neutral biorefinery and positively affect the society. So in fact, several of my research team members have recently established a startup company via the Hong Kong Tech 300, which is a large flagship innovation entrepreneurship program organized by CityU for aspiring entrepreneurships among CityU students, alumni, research staff, and others to launch a startup and ignite the entrepreneurship journey. So the program aims to create 300 startups in 3 years, providing educational and growth opportunity for CityU students, translating CityU research results and intellectual properties into practical applications. So one of these companies is Research, which is an ecological startup incubated at the City University by a team of chemical engineers and sustainability scientists with the seed fund support from CityU and also from the Hong Kong Science Park. And the goal is to accelerate the circular transition from a bioeconomy point of view by bringing this biosurfactant to the market with an affordable price, while at the same time by solving the key sustainability challenges in the biosurfactant, as well as the biosurfactant-derived green production trend. So the 2 last topics which I'm going to cover is the bio-based polyurethane foam, which is a recently funded project by the City University of Hong Kong. So the project was initiated by Dr. Marcus Coopers from the Polymer Laboratory at the Lafayette State Institute of Wood Chemistry. So the objective of these projects include to investigate the use of food waste lipids, food waste lipid-based polyols, and the respective the rigid polyurethane foam. And secondly is to model the process flow based on the laboratory scale experimental work and to build the materials balance of the overall process in an industrial scale. And the last is to perform the techno-economic assessment and life cycle assessment to understand the economic competitiveness and environmental performance. So here just basically shows some of the experimental work. So after we obtained the food waste derived lipids, we send it to the collaborator in Lafayette. So they have conducted epoxidation and also the ring opening polymerization in order to obtain the hard PU form. And we try to compare the thermal conductivities and the characteristic with this food waste derived lipid PU as compared to the other PU form that are conventionally used in the construction industry. And the result shows that the characteristics in terms of density and thermal conductivity were very much similar to the conventional insulation material applied in the construction industry. And next, we are currently conducting the process design using SuperPro Designer. And we assume that we are going to construct a 10 metric tons per hour food waste treatment plant in the location of Greater Bay Area in mainland China. And we assume that this plant is going to operate for 20 years, with the first year for construction and startup phase. And at the moment, we are conducting the mass material balance and also try to estimate the revenue, profitability, and sensitivity analysis. So this basically shows the slide showing the overall process design of the process. So the first part of the main process is the food waste hydrolysis and separation. And here we intended to use some of this green solvent for the extraction of the lipids for the second process, which involved the bio-based polyol and polyurethane foam synthesis. And also, the food waste hydrolysis itself will be used as a side stream for the production of the PHPV, which we could be used in the CRF project. And the result shows some of the preliminary economic analysis. And here it shows that the highest equipment cost will be the stirred bioreactor, which will be used for the hydrolysis of the food waste. And the revenue will be mainly contributed by selling the hard PU formed, and also the protein could be recovered for the animal feed. And in terms of the materials cost, we could see that the use of isocyanide for PU formation would occupy the highest material cost. So in terms of future work, we are continuing with techno-economic analysis, and what we have assumed that after continuing the different scenario comparison by using different plant capacity, using green solvent, and also maybe producing polyol as one of these intermediate products, we also will conduct the life cycle assessment and see to compare the energy use and also some of the greenhouse gas emissions from these processes. So the very last topic that I'm going to cover is the microalgae cultivation for peromalon production using food waste hydrolysis. And this work is in collaboration with Dr. Wang Sang from the Jiangnan University. So the reason why we are very much interested in this microalgae platform is because we know that it could be used to produce a variety of high value-added products. So in this study, the production of peromalon, which is a polysaccharide, from these microalgae E. glaciers was conducted using the waste-based immobilization cultivation. So this peromalon, this polysaccharide, could be produced by the microalgae, and it has a very wide range of medical and food additive applications. And the study also shows that it could be cultivated using large-scale cultivation method like the outdoor cultivation or the photobioreactor cultivation. So that's why we aim to investigate the potential use of food waste hydrolysis for e-glacier cultivation and examine the performance of sand immobilization cultivation using food waste hydrolysis for enhancing the peromalon production. So this e-glacier was cultivated in an artificial climate chamber in 1 liter Duran bottle containing 600 milliliter of sterilized filtered synthetic medium with an initial glucose concentration of 20 grams per liter. So this mixotrophic cultivation was cultivated at 25 degrees Celsius in the 12 hours light and dark cycle. And at the same time, we also compare the cultivation in the heterotrophic cultivation mode, which does not contain any light elimination. That means we do the cultivation in the dark fermentation condition. So here just quickly show some of the preliminary study by using the immobilization materials such as sugarcane bagasse or the waste sponge on the e-glacier cultivation. So during the mixotrophic cultivation, what we have observed that the e-glacier exhibit ability to do the immobilization, and from these different repeating cycles, it can actually produce a good amount of the peromalon. However, we find that after the first 2 cycles, the production of the peromalon dramatically decreased, and it was cultivated using sugarcane bagasse. So I think what, and also at the same time, we find that when we do the cultivation in the heterotrophic cultivation, in the dark fermentation, that would lead to the production of carotenoid, because the color of the broth actually turn yellowed and white, milky white, which imply for the synthesis of carotenoid. And if you look at the SCM photo here, it shows that the undesired immobilization by using sugarcane bagasse, and it shows that there are some cell debris and lower surface occupation as compared to the cultivation using the waste sponge, which does not lead to any cell lysis. So in summary, we like to conclude that in this study, the microalgae peromalon productivity up to 2.22 gram per liter per day we achieved under the heterotrophic, the dark fermentation cultivation. And the conclusion shows that by using the waste sponge, there will be a more suitable supporting material for the paramallam production. And lastly, we basically have successfully demonstrated we can combine the waste-based immobilization as well as the food waste-based cultivation medium for realizing the green and sustainable processes of the microalgae cultivation. So before the end of this presentation, I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank you all the funding bodies, industrial sponsors, and project collaborators, as well as project team members for making this work possible. And finally, thank you very much for your kind attention, and I look forward to your questions.
And then state which speakers you address the question for. Okay, and for the first discussion session, I will invite 3 participants to address the questions to each speakers. Okay, Pak Komarun and then Pak Solikin. Okay, please Pak Komarun.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Introduce myself. My name is Komarun. I'm come from University in Jakarta. I have 2 questions for Prof. Caroline. It is interesting with your presentation about how to recycling from textile waste. Biological, can I say? Biological method. I have 2 questions. As a human being, I don't understand so much because I'm come from other engineers. The first question is, what kind of biota? It is a flora or fauna, virus, bacteria, or something else? And the second question is, how about the industry? It is a small industry, can be used by a local method or a large industry. In Solo, we know BATIK, textile of Indonesia. There's a lot of small enterprise. Thank you, Pupur.
Check. Okay, thank you, Ms. Purwanti, for your time. Okay, I would like ask question to Prof. Carol C. Prof. Carol, you mentioned that you extract the waste from textile waste industry, from food industry. My question is about how much you can extract the important substance that you need for the next process, like a PET and the other one. How much you can extract actually, and then is it possible to improve the extraction? Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
Professor Caroline, are you clear with the first question from Dr. Komarun? Hello? Excuse me. Still mute.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello. Are you clear with the first question from Dr. Komarun about the what kind of biota of flora and fauna that can be recycled, that can be used?
So the first question is related to the substrate that could be recycled apart from food waste. You might to type the question in the chat so I can clarify the question.
Okay, Pak Komarun, can you repeat the question, please?
Well, I need to know about the biological methods, because it needs biological methods. So there's a lot of biota that used to recycling process. So what kind of biota it is used? Or flora or fauna or some.
Okay, so the question from Dr. Komarun is about what kind of biota of flora or fauna that can be used in the process of the recycle. That's the first question, Professor Carol.
Yeah, I think in terms of the substrate, I already said that my research really focused on the use of food waste, agricultural waste, and textile waste. Yeah, so these are the main waste stream that we've been using in various different projects. Yeah. So, and in terms of organisms, we've been using different microorganisms, for example, bacterium, yeast, microalgae. So these are the conventional microorganisms that we used for the as the second valorization technology to upcycle the nutrients into other value-added products. Yeah. So I hope this answers your questions.
Oh yeah, so Alka, yeah. And the next, the second question is about the industry textile. It is it can be used in small enterprise industry or large industry company.
Okay, so the second question is that applicable for small industry or for large industry?
Yeah, this is also a very good question. In fact, most of these projects were initiated by large-scale industry, like the H&M, and also I have not mentioned there were some previous projects initiated by the PepsiCo, the food and beverage industry, and also the Novozymes. So these are the large-scale industry that which would like to initiate this project and see whether the outcome could be applied in the real industry itself. But of course, some of the projects, like the PRA project that we first started in 2016, so that project was actually initiated by different companies in Hong Kong and also mainland China. And those are smaller industry or companies that like to initiate for the production of food waste into lactic acid. So I think the technology that are presented in this particular talk, they are relevant to both small and large scale industries. So I hope this answers your question.
Okay, thank you. And then the next question from Dr. Solikin about the extraction from the waste. So the first question, I think, how much you can extract the important substance from the waste?
Okay, so this is a very good question also. So if you are talking about just extracting the glucose from the food waste, after hydrolysis, we usually just produce up to around 100 grams per liter glucose, because most of the organisms, if they like to utilize the glucose stream, there will be significant inhibition if the initial glucose concentration is over 100 gram per liter. But for some of the project, in fact, we can get up to 200 gram per liter or even up to 500 gram per liter. So it very much depends on the types of projects that, and also the end products we are trying to recover or try to produce. But I would say if we are using glucose as the initial parameters, then I think around 100 gram per liter would be a optimal initial glucose concentration that we like to achieve. And the same for the nitrogen source. If we are talking about the free amino nitrogen, usually for most of this fermentation, the bacterial fermentation, they need around 200 to 400 milligram per liter. But some of the fermentation process, if you have a very high initial free amino nitrogen concentration, it can actually inhibit the cell growth at the stationary and also at the exponential growth phase. So this again depends on what kind of microorganisms and what are the products that we are trying to produce using these different types of fermentation processes. So I hope this answers your question.
Enough, Pak Solikin. Okay. Thank you, Professor Carol. And there is a question from Pak Solikin to Professor Rois. So after the brilliant concept of compatibility between SDGs and Islamic teaching, how to start the application of the concept?
Thank you very much, Pak Solikin, for the questions. This is very simple question, but very difficult to answer, yeah, because everyone understand that to start we need initiation energy, huge initiation energy. But otherwise, we will not know, ya. Kita tidak akan pernah tahu hasilnya kalau tidak dimulai, ya. There are example from other universities, ya, how to incorporate SDGs in their curriculum. So some of the experience they share by publishing in journal, review journal, conference articles. They start with the mapping of curriculum, the mapping of learning outcomes. Yeah, so they address 17 SDGs and which courses already address the its goals for 17 SDGs. The ultimate goals is again to increase the awareness of the students about the SDGs. So basically, currently we don't address the SDGs because this is the contemporary issues, yeah. And before the SDGs, we have MDGs, yeah, Millennium Development Goals, and then now Sustainable Development Goals. And the timeline is only to 2030. After that, we don't know. SDGs round 2 or SDGs reborn or zenith, bagaimana. Jadi untuk memulai ada sudah beberapa contoh, beberapa universitas mereka memulai dengan mapping, ya, kurikulum mapping, CPL mapping, mana yang sudah mengadres each dari 17 SDGs tadi. Nah, kemudian dari mapping itu nanti kemudian secara sistematis beberapa SDGs yang belum diadres itu dibebankan kepada mata kuliah tertentu, begitu. Itu dari sisi kurikulum. Kemudian dari sisi Center of Study, ya, jadi insya Allah ini Pak Rama tadi ada nggak? Pak Rama mana Pak Rama? Ya, hilang, ya. Pak Rama ini kemarin ke Malaysia itu sudah Pak Rama went to Malaysia probably almost 1 month, ya. He spent time in Malaysia from university to other university, his focus is on SDGs. So insyaAllah there will be SDGs center in UMS, ya, motored by Pak Rama. Again, the objective of this center is to increase the awareness of the SDGs 17 goals, both to student and instructor lecturer. Yeah. And then the other way, the what I presented in my speech, we need religious reconstruction. So we try with ibadah istiqlafah and istiqmarah. By excluding istiqmarah from istiqlafah, hopefully the students, the lecturers in engineering faculty of Muhammadiyah universities become more yakin, gitu ya. Jadi mudah-mudahan dengan mengeluarkan nilai istiqlafah dari nilai istiqmarah dari istiqlafah ini memberikan keyakinan yang lebih kuat kepada para dosen, pada para mahasiswa bahwa mengajar, belajar itu bukan semata-mata mencari rezeki untuk yang mana nanti rezekinya digunakan untuk beribadah, tetapi bahwa apa yang kita lakukan, ya, mewariskan pengetahuan teknologi, mengembangkan pengetahuan teknologi untuk kesejahteraan manusia di bumi, ini adalah mandatori, ya. Waladzi ansya'akum minal ardi wasta'marakum fiha. Jadi ada landasan yang sangat kokoh bahwa Allah Subhanahu wa taala telah menciptakan kita dari bumi dan menjadikan kita pemakmurnya. Dan proses pemakmuran bumi menjadikan bumi ini tempat tinggal yang nyaman sehingga tidak bunuh diri, tidak putus asa, ya. Ini adalah mandatori dari Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Gitu ya. Jadi tidak muter kuliah, ngajar, dapat duitnya untuk ibadah, tidak. Tetapi apa yang kita lakukan ini adalah bagian dari istiqmarah, dan istiqmarah ini adalah mandatory. The purpose of creation, tujuan penciptaan itu ada 3, gitu ya. Jadi bukan hanya 1 ibadah, bukan hanya 2 ibadah dan khalifah, tetapi 3, ibadah, khalifah, dan istiqmarah. Ibadah itu terkait dengan hubungan kita dengan Tuhan. Ya, wa ma khalaqtul jinna wa insa illa liya'budun ma uridu minhum min rizqin wa ma uridu imun. Jadi wa ma illa, tidaklah melainkan, itu penjelasannya adalah bahwa hubungan manusia dengan Tuhan itu semata-mata ibadah, bukan ngasih sesajen, bukan ngasih makan Tuhan, bukan ngasih rezeki Tuhan. Tapi cukup mendekat, mentaati, menjalankan perintahnya, menjauhi larangannya. Gitu. Dan ada mandat yang lain, ada tugasnya, yakni istiqlafah itu adalah kita mempersiapkan generasi selanjutnya. Kita ini khalifah itu adalah pengganti yang akan digantikan. Dan yang terakhir adalah istiqmarah, bagaimana kita ini mengelola bumi, menjadikan bumi ini tempat tinggal yang nyaman bagi diri kita, orang-orang zaman kita, dan generation to come. Ya, sebab sudah disabdakan oleh Allah, manusia itu akan tetap eksis di bumi sampai hari kiamat. Gitu ya. Jadi sustainability of human being-nya itu harus kita wujudkan, karena Allah sudah menyatakan seperti itu. Begitu Pak Solihin, kurang lebih. Terima kasih.
Okay, is there any questions from the participant? Because there is no more question from the online participant. We still have 10 minutes for this discussion session. Any more questions? Okay, if there is no question from the participant, I would like to ask a question to Professor Carol. Dear Professor Carol, can I ask you questions?
Yeah, please, thank you.
Okay, you stated that the biodegradable plastic in the future will be a trend. And I read from some media that in Indonesia, there has been a production of biodegradable plastic that made of cassava starch or tapioca, and also made of a seaweed, I think. And could you please give an insight about how to overcome the trade-off between the demand of food and the demand for biodegradable material in the future? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your nice questions. So, yeah, in fact, I think the ideas that you mentioned using seaweed or other food-related materials for biodegradable materials is a trend. And for us, I think we are more focused on the bio-based plastic, like PLA, PHPV, or this bioplastic, is because the method that we applied in the CLF project would be involving the use of this bioplastic in electrospinning and also electrospraying, because the idea is to produce a super hydrophobic surface so that the coronavirus or any infectious virus droplets, they can deposit and they could be bounced from these super hydrophobic surfaces. So for us, the purpose is really to protect the medical workers from getting the infections from these infectious diseases. So it's quite important for us to synthesize a super hydrophobic surface in order to allow the droplets to be bounced back from the surface of the textile. So if we are using other food waste, derived or related materials as for biodegradation applications, I'm not very sure whether the surface itself can easily mate with these super hydrophobic properties. So that's why for us, for the CLF project, we very much just like to test the two common types of bioplastic, the PLA and PHPV. But certainly what you mentioned, the use of food waste related materials for biodegradation application would certainly be the trend in the future. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Carol. Any questions? Okay, if there is no more question, then thank you again for Professor Isfatoni and Professor Caroline for answering this question and for the great presentation as well. And it was a pleasure to have you with us. Okay, I apologize if there are some inconvenience during this panel session, but I hope that you have learned and enjoyed this panel session today and enjoy the rest of ICETIA 2023 conference. Thanks a lot for your kind attention and participation. And I will give the stage to the MC. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the first conference panels. That's very insightful and fruitful. And before that, I will read and I will tell you about the curriculum vitae of Mrs. Purwanti Sri Pudiastuti. She was graduated from Master of Science in Water and Environmental Management in Loughborough University, England, and also graduated from Gajah Mada University, Bachelor of Engineering in Civil Engineering. And also there was several publications such as book called Rekayasa Irigasi dan Bangunan Air, and also there are several journals such as Small Scale Integrated Sustainability Roof Design Case Study in Surakarta City. And also, Mrs. Purwanti experienced in learning and teaching about hydrology engineering, hydraulic, water resource management. So once again, thank you for Mrs. Purwanti Sri Pudiastuti and also our keynote speaker, Dr. Rois Fatoni, PhD, and also Carol C. Hilin.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now completed the first panel session. So it's time to take a 15 minutes break for a coffee. This is an excellent opportunity for networking and informal discussion. Please enjoy the refreshment, and after the 15 minutes, you can go to the designated room for the first parallel session. Thank you.
For the audience, all of you can take the refreshment outside this room and can go to the designated room for parallel session 1. Thank you again. Ya, pengumuman juga untuk Bapak Ibu yang menjadi moderator bagi ICETIA yang online bisa dipersilahkan untuk menuju lantai 6 untuk mengawal sesi parallel session. Terima kasih.
Yang di sini nanti sore berarti katanya. Nanti sore ya acara di sini. Hari ini kan semua ke ruang-ruang kelas. Berarti ini off ya?
Saya dari sini katanya. Saya ikut datang juga.
Oh siapa? Maksudnya nggak ada saya di depan, nggak ada di saya. Oh ya, yang depan tak matiin tuh. Ini udah bilang nggak apa-apa. Oh iya, yang offline disampaikan.
Ya, terima kasih. Untuk ICETIA yang paper presentasinya offline bisa ke ruang sebelah untuk lakukan parallel session pertama. Oh, Rifki itu. Oh, ICETIA. Apa aja? Mas Rifki yang mana? Adminnya? Oh, iya. Peserta offline di peserta ICETIA offline bisa bergabung di ruangan belakang panggung untuk memulai paralel session pertama. Terima kasih.
Nanti nama saya. Oh iya. Nanti nama. Yang di sini khusus yang offline dan ICETIA juga.
Semua Pak. Yang offline iya di sini. Satu ruangan ya. Ada 3 meja. Siap. Tapi tetap nanti jadi karena hanya 2 yang daftar offline. Ya, jadi nanti ikut yang sini. Enggak apa-apa. Ini ruangannya. Sudah mulai. Belum. Kamu enggak tahu. Oh, pindah sini. Oh iya. Oh iya, wait. Oh iya. Ya wait. Baca pena. Mau di sini atau di situ, Mas? Duduknya. Enak sini ada. Ini di meja sini ada. Oh iya, Hah? Ah, sementara nanti yang waktu panel kedua. Iya, saya. Ya, meja ini. Dalam oh diambil ini. Oh, oke.
She was also engaged in community-based integrated catchment management to conserve the upper Chinwin River. Stockholm Environment Institute, Asia Center, Bangkok, Thailand. And still a lot more research, project experiences. And then regarding publications, there are also a lot of publications. All right, three of which are in year 2023, entitled Assessment of Community Dependence and Perceptions of Wetlands in the Upper Chinwin Basin, apologize for that, Myanmar, and it is published in Resources, volume 12, page 112. In year 2021, she published a research paper entitled Riverine Landscape Dynamics of the Upper Ganga River, Haridwar Narora, India. And then in 2020, a publication was produced by her and her colleagues, entitled Heavy Metal Pollution in Surface Water of the Upper Ganga River, India, Human Health Risk Assessment. She has a lot of work experiences spanning so many countries, including India, Thailand, Myanmar, Vietnam, People's Democratic Republic of Laos, and Cambodia. That is a short CV of Dr. Riddhi Saluja. And let me check whether Dr. Puspita Ayu Permatasari, do you hear me? Okay, before we proceed, please let me read a short CV of the second speaker, Dr. Puspita Ayu Permatasari, PhD. She is a lecturer or researcher at Trisakti Institute of Tourism Indonesia, as well as Breda University of Applied Sciences, Netherlands. She holds PhD in Information and Communication Technology, or ICT, for intangible cultural heritage in the context of tourism and fashion. And regarding master's degree, she got a master's degree of research in management of natural cultural heritage site and tourism at Université de Paris 1 Pension, Sorbonne, France, and with a master's thesis entitled The Valorization of Batik Villages in Madura Islands as a Way to Develop Sustainable Cultural Tourism. And she got an undergraduate degree from University of Indonesia from the Department of Humanities in Chinese Studies in year 2010. She has a lot of working experiences as well, spanning experiences in Switzerland, Italy, Indonesia, France, and China. Okay. Yeah, I will read the short CV of Dr. Puspita Ayu Permatasari in the coming minutes. And so good afternoon, Dr. Puspita Ayu Permatasari. So she has a lot of working experiences. So she hasn't joined the meeting yet. Okay, let me proceed to reading her CV. From October 2017 till May 2022, she acted as team leader or project manager or doctoral researcher at UC UNESCO Chair in ICT to develop and promote sustainable tourism in World Heritage Sites, Università della Svizzera Italiana, Switzerland. From March 2019 till May 2022, she acted as digital fashion research collaborator or researcher at UC Università della Svizzera Italiana, Switzerland. And still so many more working experiences. And then she also got award or training certificates, including awards as top 4 best practice on social entrepreneurship Inno Suisse from Switzerland 2018 and best practice award top Swiss digital innovation on humanities in year 2021. She is also masters several IT or softwares, including Gun Project Manager, Miro, MindMaster, Jira, etc. In terms of organizational contributions, she is a member of Indonesian Translator Association since 2012, Indonesian Defense Heritage Professionals since 2021. Regarding scientific organization, she is a member of International Federation of IT in Tourism since 2018 and Textile Society of America since 2021, and still many more organizational involvement. Regarding international publications, in year 2022, she published Digital Technologies to Communicate Fashion Heritage. In year 2021, she produced Eyewear Batik, promoting the use of digital technology to preserve batik intangible cultural heritage in tourism context, published as UNESCO MOOC on tourism management in World Heritage Sites, Volume 3, and many more publications. Regarding hobby, this is the most interesting part. She likes swimming and yoga. She also listens to mezzo-soprano. She is also a mezzo-soprano singer in Paris 16 Conservatoria in 2015 and various concerts. She also does painting and so far has already produced 8 acrylic or digital artworks, photography, and short filmmaking. Dr. Permatasari also produce fashion design, sketching, and couture. That's a short CV of Dr. Puspita Ayu Permatasari. So, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guest speakers as well as participants, shortly we will listen to thoughts, ideas, and speech delivered by Dr. Ridi Saluja, and the theme is Unlocking Potential of Nature-Based Solutions for Sustainable Management of Bengawan Solo River. Dr. Ridi Saluja, do you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, of course, loud and clear, Doctor.
All right, thank you so much. Can I just share my screen and you can let me know if it's on and everyone can see it?
Okay.
Just a minute.
Just a minute, please. Please, the operator to make, oh yeah, okay. So you have around 45 minutes maximum. Okay, Dr. Idi Saloja, the screen is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the warm introduction and also the invitation to deliver a keynote address today at the conference. So very delighted to be a part of this conference and hope that whatever thoughts and ideas I have would resonate with most of the participants. So as Dr. Eko said, that title of my presentation today is Unlocking the Potential of Nature-Based Solutions for Sustainable Management of BENGAWAN Solo River. So as we are all aware that currently our rivers all over the world are facing, very serious challenges, and these vary from being half of the world's population suffering from polluted water, around 2 billion people not receiving, clean water. Also, around 40% of the world's population is living in river basins which are stressed due to water scarcity, as you can see in the map here, in the world map, where we are trying to see different countries which are categorized based on the water stress that they're currently facing, which was shared by Aqueduct. So you can see that, most of the South and Southeast Asia is facing this stress already. As we are already aware that huge water demands are also leading to this water scarcity, water insecurity in specifically the Asian region. You can see in the graph here that agriculture sector is, one of the major, industry which is extracting water from our natural resources and is accounting for maximum withdrawals in consumption all over the world, followed by other sectors, which include energy, which include industry, and also municipal water needs and demands as well. From here, we also see that approximately 90% of the natural disasters that we are facing today are related to water. 80% of the wastewater is being, released back into our freshwater resources without any treatment or reuse. So that's also somehow, or in a way, it's amplifying the impacts, the adverse impacts that we are currently facing. And on top of this, we are facing climate change, which is also exposing us to huge risks in terms of loss and damages that we incur, which could be somewhere around 500 billion USD as well. So in addition to providing, the water for our survival and basic needs, rivers also play a critical role in supporting life and biodiversity. As this figure is showing that along the riverine, continuum, you can see that rivers provide habitats and adobe for different types of flora and fauna. You can see different types of microbes, different types of phytoplankton, zooplanktons, fish species, which are thriving in these ecosystems. In addition to this, our rivers today are also providing full range of ecosystem services. Now, these can range from provisioning ecosystem services, which include the supply for water, food, fiber, timber, etc., and also the regulating services, which include the carbon sequestration, the carbon cycle control, also contributing to water purification, flood control, so on and so forth. In addition to these, the rivers are also a crucial part of our cultural fiber, and they are valued and revered across the world, especially in Asian societies as well. They're supporting the livelihoods of millions and millions which are dependent on them as well. So this further highlights that not only humans, but also biodiversity is highly dependent upon these rivers. In a recent study, which was published in Nature Geosciences in 2019 by BEST, he has tried to identify what are the different impacts that human activities are having on rivers worldwide. So if you see in graph number 1, he's trying to show the different riverine, the largest river basins across the world and to the extent to which they are being dammed. So dams are one of the major, activities which are impacting the river flows, their quality, and also the kind of biodiversity they are able to support. On the right-hand side, you see that across the world, the occurrence of 100-year floods has increased, and this has increased significantly in South and Southeast Asia. So based on his study, BEST has identified approximately 8 human impacts which are adversely affecting the rivers across the world, which include damming, climate change and flooding, pollution, water withdrawal and transfers, proliferation of non-native species in our ecosystems, also fragmentation of the catchments and landscapes that these rivers are running through, also sediment dredging and poor governance of these riverine ecosystems. So what has been the current approach to manage these rivers across the world? So we must have heard, I'm sure that most of you would have heard about Integrated Water Resources Management Framework, on which most of... Thank you for muting. Okay, so as I was speaking, that most of the world river management is now relying on Integrated Water Resources Management Framework, which has 3 basic pillars and is trying to achieve these 3 major outcomes, which include economic efficiency, ecological sustainability, and social equity. And we are trying to achieve this by providing an enabling environment in terms of policies, legislations, and also international cooperation. But IWRM, is mostly focusing on bringing together different stakeholders who are wanting to use water resources for various reasons, such as energy production, agriculture, different industries, and also drinking water. So using this framework, they come together to find a strategy that meets the interest of all while protecting the riverine ecosystems. At the core, the idea is to manage and develop and understand impacts while protecting the ecosystems. Whereas one shortcoming of this particular framework is that it is considering the riverine ecosystem not as a continuum which flows to the sea, but only as individual sections or separate parts, such as upstream lakes or upstream or downstream river basin or catchments. To overcome this, there has been a new paradigm shift where we are now talking about the source to sea approach, which on the other hand, or in contrast to IWRM, is considering both freshwater and saltwater ecosystems to which our riverine ecosystems are feeding into. This is not only focusing on flows of water, but it also considers flows of sediments, pollutants, biota, and materials, which can, in a big way affect the communities, the ecosystems which are downstream of our basins or catchment areas as well. So by the same token, management must be able to cross jurisdictions, even the national borders. So we have seen that many of the rivers are transboundary in nature. So we also need to, go beyond our usual practices and think about rivers as, international entities or international ecosystems as well. So what is the case of Bengawan Solo River? As you can see in the map, that Bengawan Solo River is weaving through the heart of Java. It has complex interactions between human activities and natural ecosystems in its landscapes. It is one of the longest rivers flowing in Java, approximately 600 kilometers, and sustaining many major cities, including Sukarta, and dominated by agricultural landscapes, especially paddy. Currently, this particular basin, which is a part of the central as well as East Java province, is being managed by Brantas River Public Corporation, and it is majorly focusing on 3 aspects, which is maintaining water resources quality and quantity, flood control, and also managing built infrastructure, including check dams and hydroelectric power generating dams as well. So what are the specific challenges when it comes to Bengawan Solo River? So when I was doing a quick literature review, I saw that the particular river is facing challenges from discharge of untreated wastewater from different industries, specifically textile. There's also very high pollution in the river. You can see the pollution index is varying from 4.99 to 19.22 in certain watershed areas as well. And also the river has faced recent flooding challenges as well because of Bengawan Solo, various residential areas have been flooded. So in all, water security issues that are facing Bengawan Solo at this moment are flood control, water resources management, water scarcity, water pollution, and also sand mining. So what can nature-based solutions do to solve this? And what are these nature-based solutions? Nature-based solutions are basically sustainable and resilient approaches that harness the inherent functions of ecosystems to address numerous societal challenges. And these challenges could be the ones that we have identified in the last slide for Bengawan Solo as well. So through nature-based solutions, we are trying to integrate the power of nature, biodiversity, and ecosystem services to provide sustainable, cost-effective, and multifunctional benefits. And how the nature-based solutions are delivering this. These are largely ecosystem-based approaches, so we prioritize the use of natural processes which are already happening and biodiversity, which is a part of these ecosystems. Now, these solutions are designed to be sustainable over the long term, and we try to minimize the negative impacts that other solutions, so as to say the built infrastructure or the hard gray infrastructure solutions could have. These are also multifunctional. They can deliver numerous benefits, not only maybe one as water storage, but they could also thrive as source of fisheries. They could also multiply the benefits in terms of being a habitat for flyway, bird flyways, etc. as well. So these nature-based solutions are highly adaptable as well in nature, and they can be applied across scales, across various ecosystems, and in different geographical locations as well. A key element of nature-based solutions is also community engagement and inclusivity. So these are not carried out in silos and without involving the community or lacking community's participation, which is the case in many of the water management policies or plans or practices which are being implemented. In that way, nature-based solutions are a little different. These actively involve communities in the entire project cycles from planning to implementation, as they aim to benefit the community socially and economically while promoting sustainable practices as well. The nature-based solutions, for example, as establishing wetlands or restoring riparian buffers, these also contribute to resilience building, and also they are increasing the resilience of communities which are living in the areas near to the floodplains as well. So these communities become more resistant to disturbances and climate change. NBS often provide cost-effective solutions when compared to traditional infrastructure, particularly in addressing issues like flood control and water purification. Enhancing biodiversity, which is also a co-benefit or a side benefit, contributes to the overall health and stability of some of the ecosystems as well. Although nature-based solution implementation requires integrated and holistic planning, it considers various factors such as land use, water management, and social dynamics. NBS also recognizes the cultural and aesthetic values of natural landscapes, promoting the appreciation of nature among communities. So in a way, nature-based solutions are holistic solutions which are using nature to solve our problems and also multiply the benefits that we can get from the otherwise hard infrastructure-based solutions. So what are the different nature-based solutions that are available when we think about river management? So as we go from upstream to downstream, there are different types of nature-based solutions which are available. As I'm pointing out right now, when we look at the upstream areas in a river basin, if we try and conserve and protect water resources or water sources, for example, if we establish protected areas in the region, we can contribute to maintaining the headwater flows in the upstream. Also, if we establish different crops in sloping areas, so that could also reduce the flooding or soil erosion downstream. Moving a little downstream from the headwaters, you can see that different forest landscapes, if we restore forest in these regions, we can also ensure that there is, reduced water flows. The water flows are reduced. There's, more filtration of pollutants. And also if we try and establish linkages or establish connectivities between rivers, floodplains, and aquifers, we can also promote groundwater recharge and also improve the water quality as it flows through the floodplains as well. Also, other type of measures that can be put in place could be, rainwater harvesting systems within urban cities. So we can have a suite of nature-based solutions which can be implemented in rural areas and also some which can be implemented in urban areas to ensure that the water quality is maintained, the quantity is maintained, the adverse impacts such as the flood risks are reduced in both the scenarios, whether be it rural or in urban areas as well. Also, a key point to note here is that nature-based solutions can also be implemented as hybrid solutions. So they can always add on the structural infrastructure that we plan to build on, like we need reservoirs to store waters during the dry season. So we understand that. So how we can add some nature-based solutions to that to further amplify the benefits coming out from these solutions is the key here. So I'm trying to share through this slide that how we can recognize and practice certain, actions when we move from upstream to the downstream of a river, and see that when we consider upstream natural infrastructure in line with the built infrastructure, which is built a little downstream from the river headwaters, how these interact and impact. So if we want to increase the water yield downstream, we need to ensure that, the upstream areas are properly vegetated. There is a regulation of flow in these areas, right, to minimize the runoffs. And also we need to ensure that there is soil and slope stability so that more soil is not eroded downstream. We also need to provide sufficient area for groundwater recharge because this, again, is a critical source of fresh water. These riverine habitats in its upstream are also providing habitats, crucial habitats for several key species. So when we are building built infrastructure, we have to keep in mind that the impacts both upstream and downstream need to be properly managed. We need to be in synergy with the natural infrastructure as well. We need to make synergies with the floodplains. We need to make synergies with the built infrastructure, be it in terms of energy production, drinking water supply, even irrigation support, reservoir fisheries, flood control protection, etc. So there has to be a balance which is striked between the built infrastructure and also the downstream natural or upstream natural infrastructure. So nature's functions and natural solutions can always help different countries to build climate reliance and also enhance their water security to support actions identified also within their climate action plans, in addition to their water management plans, so as to say. Now, we also know that these nature-based solutions are multiplying our benefits. So how these are also linked with the Sustainable Development Goals. So nature-based solutions through practices like riparian buffer zone establishments, wetland restorations, they contribute to improving water quality and enhancing water availability. By safeguarding such natural ecosystems, NBS are directly addressing to the objectives of Sustainable Development Goal number 6, as you see here. So nature-based solutions are directly contributing to the clean water, Sustainable Development Goal number 6. So NBS also plays a vital role in promoting sustainable urban green spaces, green infrastructure within our cities, sustainable land use planning, and contribute to creating resilient and livable cities. So it also aligns with the goals of SDG 11. NBS or nature-based solutions are effective tools for climate change and mitigation and adaptation through reforestation, carbon sequestration, sustainable land management. So they are also contributing to reducing greenhouse gas emissions and thereby contributing to the objectives of SDG 13 as well. The NBS, such as conservation of terrestrial ecosystems, promoting biodiversity, and protecting ecosystems on land, they also align directly with the targets of Sustainable Goal number 15, which contributes to the overall health of terrestrial ecosystems. These healthy ecosystems, supported by NBS, they also have positive impacts on aquatic ecosystems, which again is part of the goals under Sustainable Development Goal number 14. So you can see that there is a strong interlinkage between nature-based solution implementation and achievement of sustainable development goals as well. In addition to what I've already listed, nature-based solutions are also contributing to no poverty, zero hunger, and also contributing to economic growth while generating livelihoods for communities, creating jobs, so on and so forth. So how can we mainstream nature-based solutions in our current policies and plannings? So there are a lot of challenges which are, not allowing the mainstreaming of NBS within our policies, especially water sector policies, agricultural policies, even climate policies. What does it need, or what are the challenges which are not allowing this to happen? Number one is interdisciplinary collaboration. So to implement nature-based solutions, you need collaboration between, engineers, social scientists, and also ecologists. So that sort of interdisciplinary collaboration is required to implement nature-based solutions. They also need to be integrated within policy so that they have, some sort of institutionalization, and they get the money that is needed to implement these as well, in line with some innovative financing mechanisms. For example, now we are establishing different climate funds. We are also establishing some climate smart agricultural funds. So we can identify some financing mechanisms for NBS as well. When implementing NBS, there's also a challenge of quantifying benefits. What and by how much has NBS made a difference to the current conditions? And how do we monitor and evaluate these benefits as well? So these are two more challenges that have been identified. Also, scale and space considerations. Sometimes we need solutions which are pretty local, but at times we also need solutions which could have a regional impact or a national impact as well. Another challenge is in terms of climate. So we need up-to-date climate scenarios and modeling approaches to see how ecosystems would behave once a certain nature-based solution is implemented. So that also sometimes presents a challenge in implementing nature-based solutions. But there is a silver lining to this as well. There are various opportunities that exist on how we can mainstream nature-based solutions as well. There are advances in modeling tools and technologies where we can integrate, we can conduct integrated assessments to realize the benefits of nature-based solutions. And these could include technological advancements and innovations in terms of remote sensing, the sensor networks, the data analytics. So these could also allow real-time monitoring and adaptive management of NBS projects. We can have some standardized assessment protocols developed for assessing and quantifying the benefits of NBS, which can also facilitate comparison reporting and decision-making. We can build capacity of decision makers, policy makers, and professionals who are involved in NBS, and this can lead to intersectoral, interdisciplinary collaboration to further support implementation of NBS as well. We can start small, so we can have different small-scale demonstration projects which can showcase the technical feasibility and benefits of NBS as well. Increasing public awareness and education through technical education and outreach initiatives that can also build support for nature-based solutions. We need to actively engage with policymakers to innovate and to adapt existing policies so that they can accommodate nature-based solutions. Lastly, we also need collaboration at international level, which facilitates the exchange of technical knowledge, best practices, and lessons learned. So these are the few aspects or opportunities which exist within our current governance landscape, which we can, thrive upon and take the advantage of to mainstream NBS in the coming years as well. Also, when we are trying to implement nature-based solutions, most of the times we don't know where we want to start from. So on the left-hand side, you can see this is just a simple conceptual framework of what nature-based solutions look like and how you can realize different results as well. So first, we need to know where we want to implement a nature-based solution. What is the problem that we want to solve? What is that we want to target? Like, for example, if you see that there is a lot of water pollution in this particular region at this scale in this city, and we want to solve that. So that's your step one, where you're defining your problem. Then to solve this problem, we identify which would be the best suited nature-based solution. So your target could be to reduce the pollution levels by this much by this year. And this could also feed back into your Sustainable Development Goal objectives. And to monitor this, you need to identify certain baseline indicators. Now, these indicators could be environmental, it could be social, or it could be economic. For example, environmental indicators could be biodiversity conservation, delivery of ecosystem services. The social indicators could be policies and governance and how this is picked up by communities and how closely it is interlinked with communities' cultures as well. Economically, as I was saying, that this also leads to creation of jobs. So that could be one of the indicators when we look at it from the economic benefits angle. So this is the conceptual framework. But when we come to designing nature-based project, so how we want to do it. So this is basically a 3-steps approach. First, you determine the context, the problem and the scale, what you want to do. What are the baseline metrics? That means where are you starting from? What's your baseline? The current pollution level is X, the flood risk is at this level, or, the climate impacts are X, Y, and Z. So from that, you start identifying, you get into the process of designing your nature-based solution and you construct those solutions. How you do that, you identify which type of NBS do you want to implement. What would be the scale of implementation? Would local implementation solve your problem, or you want to see interconnectedness between upstream and downstream, or you want to look at the entire landscape as a whole? So that's where you decide. And also, who do you want to engage with? Who all you need on board to make this happen? Do you need to talk to water sector? Do you need to talk to agriculture sector? Do you need to talk to environment, the forestry division, or you want to talk to your national coordinators for climate change, so on and so forth. So that's the entire process where you're designing. Then comes the results. Once you have implemented the nature-based solution that you have identified, what results are you realizing? So then you try and map the ecosystem services benefits. You try and see what are the cultural impacts. Then you want to see what are the, the cost benefits, how it is better from hard infrastructure solutions or the gray solutions. Do you want to implement nature-based solutions alone, or you want to implement it as a hybrid solution with some infrastructural solutions as well? So if you think that you're not achieving the desired results through your monitoring, then you can again adjust and redesign your concept as well. So that's how nature-based solution projects can be implemented in reality. But to make community engagement a success, the nature-based solutions a success, community engagement is key. Wherever we plan to implement nature-based solutions, we have to foster a sense of ownership. You have to bring in different stakeholders, you have to bring in the communities, and they have to own this particular project or the solution that you are proposing. You have to ensure the solution is promoting sustainable practices and would not have major trade-offs, or it minimizes the negative impacts. You need to ensure that particular solution is also aligning with local communities' needs and values, that it is not what they are against or what their own values are against. So you need to also ensure that the solution aligns with local needs and values. So what are the success stories? Where have we seen the positive impacts of nature-based solutions? So in this slide, I'm trying to show that nature-based solutions have been implemented across the world. In the first picture, you are seeing the case of Chongyeon River in Seoul. So this was a highly urbanized river, once a concrete covered waterway, and it is now transformed into a vibrant urban ecosystems. So such stories underscore the potential of positive change, and they motivate us to envision a future where rivers worldwide are not just managed sustainability, but they flourish and are vibrant as well as resilient ecosystems. So nature-based solutions have worked, as in the case of Chongyeon River in Seoul, but there are other examples where lowland nature-based solutions have also been implemented to mitigate the flooding risk and also reduce habitat degradation. So this is a case of Eddystone Water Project, which has been implemented in Scotland. Another one where a combination of blue and green infrastructure has been used in urban environments. Again, here, the major threats that this particular area was facing was in terms of communities' dependence for resources, also flooding risk and poor water quality. You can find the details of these success stories on naturebasedsolutionsinitiative.org, and there are many more success stories there. So there's always a silver lining to implementing nature-based solutions as we move forth. In conclusion, I would like to stress on 3 points: that nature-based solutions for river management could help establish harmony between nature and humanity. Through these, we can unlock not only the potential for cleaner water, reduced flood risks, and preserved biodiversity, but we can also secure for us a future where rivers and communities thrive in symbiotic coexistence. But the time to act is now, and we need collaborative efforts across scales and geographies to achieve this. I would like to leave you with one quote from Edward Barbier, who said, "We use nature because it is valuable, and we lose nature because it is free." And I think it's time that we clearly think about what benefits we are, reaping from the nature and what our approach should be to sustain and conserve the nature we are thriving in. So I'll stop here. Thank you very much. And if there are any questions, I would be more than happy to welcome and answer.
Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Riti Saluja. Please give applause to her. Please, the participants. Thank you. Yeah, very interesting. And of course, what Dr. Saluja presents invites a warm discussion. But let's postpone the discussion, and instead we will listen to Dr. Permatasari's speech. And Dr. Permatasari has already been here with us from the beginning. And please allow me to reread in a much shorter version of her curriculum vitae, her short curriculum vitae. So Dr. Puspita Ayu Permatasari got PhD from UC, Università della Scienza Italiana, Switzerland, on Information and Communication Technology, or ICT, for intangible cultural heritage in the context of tourism and fashion. And at the moment, she acts as lecturer or researcher at Trisakti Institute of Tourism Indonesia, as well as at Breda University of Applied Sciences, Netherlands. As I mentioned before, she has a lot of working experiences, spanning from those in Switzerland, to China. All right. So, Dr. Pamatasari, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Thank you very much,
Okay,
Pak
thank
Eko.
you. Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Pamatasari. Before we proceed, please, dear audience, let's give applause to Dr. Pamatasari first. Yeah, thank you. So, Dr. Pamatasari will present her paper entitled Eyewear Batik, Orchestrating Digital Media to Preserve Indonesian Batik as UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage, or ICH, in the context of tourism, case study Eyewear Batik website, and AI-based mobile app development. Right, Dr. Permastasari, you have around 40 till 45 minutes, and the screen is yours. Thank you.
Okay, can you all hear me? Hello? Yes,
Yes,
I think
yes. Yeah.
okay,
Welcome,
thank
yeah.
you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm really happy to be present in my home country, Indonesia. And right now I am basing in Breda University of Applied Science as a lecturer and researcher, also in combination with the international partnership on behalf of Institute Trisakti of Tourism in Jakarta. And first of all, I would like to extend my greatest gratitude to God, to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, and also to all of you, the member and the dean and all the lecturers, my colleagues at the UMS. And this is a really an important session where we actually circulate our experience in knowledge and bringing not only the crown of knowledge, but also the spirit of how we can, as a nation, be a leader in the world through creativity and technology. So today I would like to provide my, maybe sharing my screen, and I would like to ask you if you see my screen clearly. I know this is not the presentation mode, but we'll see. Present full screen.
Yeah, it
Can
is.
you see the?
Dr. Permatasari, yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. And please call me Puspita, and that will be maybe more accustomed to Indonesian landscape or Indonesian society. And here again, if you would like to see how this eyewear batik is the orchestra. So orchestrating, it's not only a word for music. Well, I'm myself a musician. I have my hobby is in classical guitar and vocal. So I also compose music, and that also reflect on how you conduct research. And a lot of people, when they do not have a hobby or they do not have a specific hobby, they thought that research is that those who are already intelligent, who are already have a close relationship with knowledge. But actually, if you start your hobby in an artistic way, research can start from there, and research can also bring your creativity to the perfection. And hopefully not perfection, because no one is perfect, but at least to continuous refinement. And here, of course, something that is so close to us in Indonesia, Indonesian batik. But first of all, I would like to address, this is not only about Indonesian batik, but of course, this is addressing all the textile heritage coming from our 647 tribes in Indonesia. So let's start first. 17 years ago, before the eyewear batik, I did my Bachelor of Chinese Studies, University of Indonesia in 2006. And then I did my master in management of World Heritage Sites and Tourism in Panthéon Sorbonne, France. So there I also did my master thesis on Batik village in Madura, where I, by myself, circulating the Madura Islands from Bangkalan, Pamekasan, Bangkalan, Sampang, Pamekasan to Sumeneb, and go back. So there I start to see how actually the richness of our nation starts from rural areas in terms of creativity and traditional textile. And for then, I had an opportunity to help Indonesian permanent delegates of UNESCO in Paris to defend the status of management of World Heritage Sites in Indonesia and intangible cultural heritage. From those missions, I was accepted as a PhD candidate in digital technology for intangible cultural heritage and tourism that I graduated 2022. So the journey is all about curiosity in culture and technology. But before I speak too much on the introduction, we are talking about I Wear Batik here as a website. So the website iwearbatik.org, you can just try to look at it right now on your phone, on your laptop. Just try to see what is that. And the way I submitted my idea, I Wear Batik, is just that an acronym of I am aware of batik. And not only that, you can also look into the iOS and Android that everyone has an access for. You can download for free, and this is UNESCO and Indonesian funding supported this technology development on the PhD mission. Now I would like to lead you to an outline of today, where I guess everyone has already known about batik, which every day we talk about batik like in formal and informal way. Not only today is a formal, but informal way. Hey, how are you doing? How are you wearing a batik right now? Why didn't you wear a batik? Why did you wear a batik? So everyone talks about do's and don'ts on batik. But then how can you relate this kind of informalities to societal needs and tourism context? So that's why we are talking about a very in-depth mission that website and mobile app of I Wear Batik has to really embrace the characteristic of plus 62 nation, which is Indonesia, about how they are talking about netizens of Indonesia talking about batik, but also try to bridge the gap from this textile into a tourism context that yield one of the most yielding economic generation for our country. And as you have ever seen or maybe heard about, from zero to hero, and for this I Wear Batik, from the very first start, I submitted my PhD proposal to the conclusion and the finishing of the website and the technology. I summarize into from zero to Milo, which is milestones across the years. And Jakarta cannot be built in one day. Jakarta or Indonesia has to be built for centuries and millenniums. That's why everyone, with all the perfection and imperfection, we embrace everything. That's why we adopt the participatory design and then digital branding strategy using the power of plus 62 netizens of Indonesia and Indonesian diaspora in the world, where we came across to the biggest ideas hackathon event in the world, where 997 students participating from Sabang to Merauke. And that's why what I would like to share the spirit today is not about the batik itself, but the mission of UNESCO that try to always protect the practices, representations, expressions, knowledge, skills, where artifacts and communities are involved in as part of cultural heritage. So here is very clear that sometimes also, as we also have shared culture with our neighboring countries, if you really know yourself, then you know what is your identity. And that is really a big mission, because for at least only from the batik itself, not talking about woven textile in Jepara, or not talking about kain songket in Palembang, or people who are doing more into woven textile heritage in other islands. Batik has 4 different exceptional cultural values recognized by UNESCO. First of all, is that this philosophical meanings on each motif, the historical wax resist dyeing that is still preserved for 5 millennium, from 5,000 before century to 21st century, and the social empowerment in each textile and special wearing rules. So one of my findings in Madura Island at that time is Gajah Mungkur motif, that is longing feeling. This motif was created by a lady that actually longed for her husband, who traveled to another island in 1971, and in the waiting of his return, she actually made this batik into a good present for his return. So, and in correlation to today's society, for instance, if you type on your WhatsApp with the elephant and then a tree, and then maybe your husband or your wife or your loved one would ask you, what is that? So you can also try to say, this is one of Indonesian motifs, Indonesian motif in technology. So I would like to share with you how Indonesian batik was actually written. So I will here, if you see the presentation. I know that the music maybe is not shared out, but you will see the moving image, the rituals before producing batik for special purposes, like in Surakarta and in Yogyakarta. All rituals of Javanese rituals have to be included in order to provide a very authentic and artistical batik. And here is from our colleague in India, for instance. This tradition came from a lot of interaction. Actually, batik as a wax resist dyeing has traveled so long and so far than the rest of us. It started from 5,000 before century in Egypt and India, where the artifacts of the mummy using the indigo wax resist dyeing, and then it travels to, not only travels, but also in the same time, in the second period in China and Japan at that time, in Sui dynasty and Nara dynasty, they recreate, inspired from the monks or other pilgrims, they try to make their own batik or wax resist dyeing. And where is this batik coming from? The term batik came from 15th century, where actually Dutch, as a colonials, they came to Java and then saw a lot of batik makers, and then asked, what is this textile? Amba and nitik. So, and it is called batik. And then Dutch traveled to Africa and then tried to also re-educate the local people in Africa and the world, known as batik resist dyeing, which is an Indonesian textile heritage. So now we communicate to the societal needs and tourism context. Enough of this introduction, but when we talk about Indonesia as a society, we really embrace from special wearing tradition to fashion week and tourism destination. My paper will be published just next week, 14 December, from University of Panthéon-Sorbonne in France, talking about the relationship of fashion heritage destination, the twist of tradition and modernity, where actually people contribute to the making of the destination. Also, like in Surakarta, people talking about batik, then talking about the batik village in Surakarta was one of the best in Indonesia, and also one of the destination for knowledge in the world. Well, if you ask me about the milestone, how I come across with all of this narration, if you look into the stakeholders, we have government, destination management, NGO, travel agents, UNESCO association, and then they are also the audience itself for how to create digital technology on batik that actually helps people to promote their destination, not only in fashion, but also in tourism. And here I would like to, I don't know why it's, okay. So public, youth, professional, researcher, tourists, consumers are also the same people who enrich these narratives behind batik. So from fashion heritage to diplomacy, the remarks from Professor Dr. Mulia Mandihadat is the ambassador of Indonesia for Switzerland, Liechtenstein in 2017 to 2022, while the eyewear batik has been concepted and developed. First, we must educate people what batik exactly is. If every batik motif has its own meanings and a historical background, and that's why batik makes strong presence at UN Security Council open debate, where Antonio Guterres received batiks, or maybe bought some batiks from Indonesian diplomats, and what you wear represent who you are. But here we talk about Indonesia plus 62 netizen, and why Indonesian policy towards batik industry and digitalization. The use of batik attire for civil servants, still for public services, has been declared in 2009. And with that, after 6 years of elaboration, there are almost 50,000 batik small medium enterprise in 2015, and right now maybe even tripled. So there are 200,000 people working on this industry, and the national movements of 1,000 to 2,346 startups creation. Indonesia yield the 5th highest in the world after USA, India, England, and Canada for the startups creations in Indonesia. So that is really big, and it made a lot of impression when I presented this in Netherlands, because Indonesia has always been promoted as a rural, beautiful scenery landscape, which we are really proud of, because not every nation has to have this big technology and high rise. But in Indonesia, 98% of Indonesian people lives in a more naturalistic way, without that many intervention of what we call digital pollution. However, when we actually look into the awareness of cultural preservation, the inscription, the three essence of eyewear batik is not only to reignite people's passion towards batik, but also remind people about the inscription of batik is UNESCO intangible awareness. And then tourism and tradition, where we highlight the sustainability. And if we talk with a digital society, they use artificial intelligence to communicate the recent technology. And so now let's take a look on what is eyewear batik website. So I will not talk. I will just show you how is this actually developed. I will stop the screen and reshare the screen. Okay, this is the eyewear batik website, and I will go to our Zoom. There's our Zoom. Okay, here, and then here. Okay, so I will share now. So you have seen the screen. Anyone could say? Press. Is it okay now?
Yep.
Okay. So thank you very much for the confirmation. And when you see here, you have Indonesian and English language. When you look into batik regions, the interactive map tells it all. So when you click on the interactive map and you scroll down into maybe Jambi has its own batik. So it will lead you to a page where the connection between Jambi motifs to the landscape is so highlighted. And we also studied from 60 to papers on Indonesian fine arts to codify 129 meanings, and then to summarize everything into a propelling batik content. And if you want to see how actually what is Jambi and its destination, you can also look into 1 minute visual video where you will see that the connection between the destination and the technology, not only the technology, but also the cultural heritage, really plays in the central position of the community. And Jambi has also batik motifs, such as influenced by Arab, Chinese, and there are also some motifs that really related to to knowledge. And also when you reframe everything into 2 words, you can make the best batik gifts for your friends or your family. Okay, so at least if you just look at this website and then you amaze yourself with the Indonesian cultural heritage and also destinations, you will not get bored. And that's why in many social events, batik as in a ritual, like also in Surakarta, plays important role. For instance, this is my friend who is called Sandra Woro, Javanese traditional costume Wahyu Temurun motif. This is the motif of Surakarta, I think. So she was a master student in Milan, Indonesian master student in Milan, and we tried to engage Indonesian diaspora to retell or represent their affinity with batik. And that's why I really like the fact that Indonesian people are so much into the tradition, while actually they are really live in a technological environment, for instance. So that's why I think I will stop here and I will just come back to my this presentation. Sorry, not this one. Yeah, I think this one. This one. Okay. So you have seen this in a way that, so full screen. So the digital heritage of the UNESCO of the application itself also help you to, sorry, I need to go to, here. Now I present the mobile app itself, why the artificial intelligence in the eyewear batik is so much recognized in the world, just because it is one of the most downloaded by public, not only in Indonesia, but also in other countries. And it really helps people to codify the batik, the 8 motif of batik patterns. And we use the most recent technology architecture called convolutional neural network. And I was the supervisor for the Indonesian master student who studied in Switzerland in the same university, and he was focusing on building a pattern recognition on artificial intelligence. So this application is built by an Indonesian with the support of Switzerland and a pure Indonesian citizens who really work on the creative and the technological aspect of all of this website and the digital technology with the help of international community. And so you will see how actually there are many games within the website. For instance, just to entice you to go to one particular province, you need to just click on one of the roulette, because then with the roulette, it stops by itself and it shows you randomly what the suggestion of the province that you can visit in the app. So I think I would like you to discover it yourself if you download this app. And just to summarize that I have only maybe 5-10 minutes to finish this presentation, the I Wear Batik website provides 124 batik motifs with its meaning, 129 tourism sites and UNESCO sites, batik villages, 1-minute visual video for 34 provinces, and most of the masterpiece batik recognition tool for 8 batik motifs. And the thematic meanings, of course, if you feel like you want to present on a Mother Day, Mother Day, I think in 22 December, this month, you can also look into I Wear Batik website and what kind of batik that you would like to present to your mom or to your family, ladies' family, that represent the beauty of and the elegance of womanhood, for instance. And it also support offline mode, because once you download the app, it will stay in your phone, and it takes up a bit much, like 80 megabyte. However, the use of this when people are not connected to on internet in the rural area, they can still tell the story of the batik to their children. So that's why we really want to increase the use of technology without using technology, without using internet connection, for the sake of cultural preservation. So one of the meaning here is durian pecah. Durian pecah is in Jambi province, that it was in coincidence that I showed you about Jambi province, depicts 2 parts of durian fruit, which are still interlocked at the base of the stem. The first half of the fruit means foundation of faith and piety, and the second half signifies the mastery of science and technology. The overall meaning of this motif that all works must be based on faith, moral wisdom, and supported by science and technology to get maximum and satisfying result. So can you imagine, like 2 million millenniums before, durian pecah has been created by Jambi communities in order to remind the communities about the importance of religion and the importance of science and technology. And this is something that has to be protected by Indonesian cultural property law. That's why every meaning here has a note, special note, that you cannot copy, paste just like that, because it is actually being protected by Indonesian cultural property law that cannot be copied by international community or international users. Also in Kartini Day, this is a Surakartan batik that I bought in Sragen. And the alternation of these 2 divergent motifs reminds princess that they are expected to be gentle, subtle, harmonious in their daily behavior, but also firm and unwavering in their beliefs and principles. So from 0 to milestone across the years, I want to a bit speed up with to this last slides, because I think I have explained the most part of the presentation. So the achievements, since the launching 17 August 2020, it received in 2 weeks 800 downloads, 1,500 visitors, and the recent, which it was in 17 August 2022, we received 130,000 visitors worldwide, visitors and downloads for almost 4,000. But right now we just check with the number, it is already 250,000 visitors. And the launching of the website and also the application with all of the technological and creative parts received huge publication and awards from top 10 Swiss Digital Days for Humanity, Asian Digital Forum by UNWTO World Tourism Day, and the highest journal Virtual Archaeology Review, as well as Human-Computer Interaction Conference in Washington. So how are you going to educate people in the world about the beauty of textile heritage or the beauty of philosophy? It's by technology. You will see that in 1 month, there were a visitor map, 37,437 visits from around the world to a website, our Batik website. So you're not only talking about one person or two person. You're talking about the society, global society that are actually being educated thanks to the beauty or the deep meaning of Indonesian batik philosophy or textile heritage philosophy. And here, the Eyewear Batik AI base received also the most download for UNESCO or educational type. And that's why the participatory design here, we have the youth engagement in science. Eyewear Batik team consists of multinationals, Indonesian, Switzerland, Italian, and Croatian. See, you will see in About Us, and also mostly Indonesian friends and good friends and people that I have some coffee drinks with in the past that were joining into the vibe of this project. And the participatory design received a lot of content analysis, but not only that, but we have to also check 322 mobile apps in Indonesia that has several advantages or disadvantages that maybe can contribute to the refinement of Eyewear Batik. So not only that, in 2018, I tried, after I came back from Sragen and also some batik villages in Central Java, I tried to conduct batik curational exhibition in 2019 in Switzerland. So with that, I tried to educate our technological teams on how we can create a propelling and compelling mobile app and website that actually resemble the spirit of Indonesian textile heritage, not only batik. So we have several personas here, millennials, professional, artisans. So with that, we have to make a very good digital branding strategy where we promote a campaign from Indonesia to the world. From Swiss Digital Days, I was aired to promote Indonesian batik textile technology that can be replicated or at least be one of the example for other digital humanities in Switzerland. World Tourism Day 2020, and also Mr. Didit Maulana, if anyone would know, he was connected to the mission, and then also the Secretary of Cabinet Republic of Indonesia to endorse the launch of Eyewear Batik. With that, this is one of the ends of the story. We also promote the youth batik campaign, photo campaign, that people thought that people who wear batik is like a bit old and bookish and too classic and whatever. However, we want to make use of this young, bright, and prestige. People, students who study abroad, who receive a scholarship or who receive parent scholarship to study abroad are really, really survivors. So they are young, bright, and prestige. And we put Instagram campaign, and out of 40 posts or photos, we squeeze or we chose 6 winners that not only the good picture or artistic picture of this Indonesian student like in Edinburgh, but also he or she needs to provide the motive, the information of the motive in the caption. And these are several people like Batik Ambassador Victorioto, Edinburgh University. The reason why his post was chosen is that not only the aesthetic background, but he explained the valuable meaning of batik that he wears. Perfect unity in simplicity is how he described batik for youth. And here are the caption: batik is not only representation of art, but also representation of moral value. As an example, the patterns on my arms called kawung, which represent power and endurance. And we also have some quiz, and this is one of the Instagram quiz that was, please mention a platform of batik digitalization that was created by Indonesian study in Indonesian student in Switzerland. And he was, I didn't know him, but he was posted by a lot of people and go viral just because he mentioned the I wear batik. So it means the strong digital branding that reached to Indonesian student in Taiwan from Switzerland was really, really something that we can proud of, which we and embrace all Indonesian plus 62 in the world. User experience and ideas hackathon 2021 is in one of the last slides. As I promised you that we conducted the biggest user experience workshop for textile heritage from Sabang to Merauke. 17 batches of I Wear Batik user experience workshop were attended by 33 Indonesian universities, 50 lecturers, and 997 bachelor students, while raising awareness of Indonesian traditional textile. And this is one of the video, so you will, I don't know if I can, just 1 minute, and then I will finish the share sound. Okay, now I will click this. Okay, and with that, I would like to conclude in so the jury of the I Wear Batik International Ideas were not only professors but also 2 professors from Italy, Switzerland, Germany, Italy, and also in Hungary and from Indonesia. We contested 33 universities teams to talk against this jury. And of course, if you know that the level of English were so permissible, however, we give them 2 weeks to master the art of presenting a startup presentation in English, and as a result, they receive such a big applause and such a big scores from the international juries, and these 33 universities filling the constellation of 10 grand challengers and then prime defenders, and then there are also some universities teams that receive 3 biggest scores. And the inspiration for this international ideas hackathon for textile heritage technology is that the solidarity, integrity, and mutual cooperation for the common interest, as promoted by Gorgasil Meol of North Sumatra, a batik that is created by Indonesian Toba tribe in North Sumatra. So in the end, I wear a batik generation. You are the cornerstone of a generation that cares about culture through innovation and technology. And with that, I hope you enjoy the spirit, and I really wish you all the best with all the best creation and innovation from UMS to the world. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Permatasari. Another interesting speech, and of course, it invites a warm discussion as well. So let's go to the next stage, which is questions and answers as well as discussion. And there has been one question to Dr. Ridi Saluja in the chat room from Ibu Porwanti Sri Pujiastuti. Dr. Saluja, are you still in the Zoom?
Yes, thank you very
Okay.
much.
Should I read the question for you and for
No,
the
I think I'm okay. I can address the question. That's okay.
Okay, so the question is the waste produced by the industries in the upstream area of Bengawan Solo River Basin creates negative impact in downstream part of the river and its ecosystem. Could you please give an insight how to encourage the industries and related stakeholders to raise awareness to reduce untreated or poorly treated wastewater released to the river based on your experience? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Eko, for the question. So coming from Stockholm Environment Institute, I think this issue can be addressed in 3 ways. Number one is the science and policy bridging. So we have to come up with some basic impacts or research studies which have been conducted in the region who are quantifying these impacts and then using those results and engaging over a long term with our policymakers and showing those results to them that, this is what these industries are doing to our ecosystems, to our river downstream, and then influence policy and planning in the region as well. So you need to come up with some regulations and laws which restrict this kind of, release of wastewater treatment into the open surface water. So you need to have long-term engagement with these stakeholders for sure. You can also have some informal awareness campaigns where you can propose better solutions. In some cases, these could also be promoting sustainable approaches, certification, so on and so forth. Also, there could be research to media communication. So if we can communicate our research to major media houses, so they can be receptive to what's happening in the region and further sensitize these industries who are, irresponsibly releasing these waste into the rivers. So I think these could be different approaches that we can take to tackle these issues. Also, other angle that we can take is CSR and ESG reporting mechanisms, which are very popular these days and promote sustainable use of resources as well. So these are some of the strategies that I would propose to address the issue, which was raised in the question. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Saluja. Bu Porwanti, any feedback from you to Dr. Saluja? Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Saluja. And another other questions, please, from the audience. All right. So please give her microphone, please. Yes, please. Yeah.
Thank you for the chance. I'm going to ask a question about the water resilience, or as Miss Saluja explained before. If I'm not wrong, she explained and mentioned about water restoration in the city. If I'm not wrong, right? Dr. Saluja, am I right? My question is, it is regarding to the obstacle of the water restoration in the city. That the stakeholders, sometimes it's kind of hard to make a cooperation with the stakeholder, right? So based on my experience, sometimes we have in the research center, we have some planning or kind of like that, but the implementation is kind of hard. So how
so far, based on your experience, how did you tackle these obstacles? Thank you very much.
Yes, Dr. Saja, please.
Thank you so much for the question. So as I'm reading from your question that you have implemented some research in your lab and now you want to take it at implementation stage. So the challenges here are what we are trying to do when we are implementing projects is to have our stakeholders involved when we are even planning or designing a project so that they are very aware of what the overall outcomes of these projects would be and how they will also be benefiting from this project. So the solution is to have them engage from the word go. It's not when you are going out for implementation, you know, just share your research with them. That way it doesn't work many a times. So we have to keep them informed of this is happening. You co-design the problems with them, you identify the problems with them, you identify the needs with them, and you design solutions accordingly with them so that they know that they are involved from the inception to the implementation stage. So that way, a lot of barriers will, you know, be creased out till the time you reach implementation. But yes, this requires a lot of time and a lot of engagement, building rapport, understanding. So yes, there are challenges, but if you keep on interacting with identified stakeholders from the word go, the chances of your projects or your solutions succeeding, they really amplify. Yeah, thank you.
Bukayo, any feedback?
Yeah, I think it's a long process, and it must be, like the communication is always be the most challenging, I guess. And as I know that you work in Bangkok, right?
Yes.
Okay, so, like working in Bangkok is such a, especially in the downtown, that the water reservation is so hard if we want to implement it in there. And with like many areas in Thailand also, right? It's also very hard, and we know that your communication, as I know that you are not coming from Southeast Asia, right? Your language, your communication, it's even harder for you, I guess. So, I mean, like, it is a long process, but what is the key? What is the key? How did you implement it, all of the plans, especially for people who do not understand yet about the water restoration, etc.? What is the most key that you can suggest, especially for me, because we work as a researcher, right? So
yeah,
how to communicate with the people and with the stakeholder to, such a make them understand and make everything clear and make sure that everything we reach the goal. This is our goal in the end.
Agreed. Can I respond to that now?
Yeah, sure. I'm ready for this.
Okay, so thank you so much for the question. Yes, it's challenging because I'm in a new country and sometimes you don't speak the same language. But to do that, we always have, a multidisciplinary team. So you have someone who's, a local project manager or a project associate who know the language, who speak the language, and who are bridging that science to policy kind of an interface. So you always have someone who's working as a bridge between the research institution and also the implementing agency or our policymakers as well. Another key point here when you're talking about communication, so at SEI, we try to develop communication products specifically in local language. So we don't stress on English. So I'm working, across different countries. We are working in Thailand, we are working in Vietnam, we are working in Myanmar. So wherever our project is, so our project material or our project communication products would be tailored into local languages as well. So that's one of the key of how you can spread the message. You can also interact with your local media partners. You can share your findings with them. That ways, your message is relayed faster and to a wider audience. So the policymakers also become receptive of what kind of research you're doing and how it can be of benefit to them. So their own goals, their own policies could align with your projects as well. So I would say that there are a lot of ways to make the communications work, and the key could be designing your products in such a way that they are, legible to other people and they're quickly understandable as well. It should not be in the technical jargon, of course. It has to be kept written simplistically so that they can understand what you're trying to say in non-technical terms as well. Yeah, I'm hoping I'm able to answer your question here.
Yes, Gayo. Is it enough? Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Salujan, Ibu Gayo Prasetyaning Tias.
Thank you.
Next question, please. Okay, before we proceed to Pak Rama Rizana's question, please allow me to have a question, Pak Rama, to Bu Puspita Permatasari. So, in your presentation, you mentioned about a figure of 124 batik motif. Yeah, I guess this is not the end of the figure, because I believe that we have a lot more batik motif, a much larger figure than 124. That's I guess this project is still an ongoing process. There is always update regarding the figure and etc. And the second question is that based on your journey in focusing on the batik and textile industries, textile making in Indonesia context, what do you think about the more environmentally friendly batik and textile making? Is it the case, or is the case on the opposite side, opposite way of this more environmentally friendly batik and textile making? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Eko. Thank you for the question. Yeah, I agree with you that there is only 124 batik motifs, but you need 124 days to memorize every meaning. And I can tell you that since 2015 that I researched the batik motifs in Indonesia, there are 5,842 motifs in Indonesia, with 330 something parental motifs, which means that, for instance, kawung can be also can have several variants, which means kawung is the parent of the motif, and maybe in a neighborhood of Surakarta they will make kawung with a lot of other variants. So my point is, because we are really now working on international property rights and law on cultural heritage, it is so important for each nation to protect their cultural heritage in terms of intellectual property rights of the community, which is by all means is the motive. Why on earth I had to fight? This is something that related to my journey on 4 years of having this PhD journey. A lot of people, jury or researchers, international researchers who came across my work, and then they would like to ask, why just 124? 124, it means 3 to 4 motifs of each province that I can show to the world. Because during my doctoral research, there were many cases in terms of Mexican motif has been copied by international brands. And with this, it is really important for us as an Indonesian to be critical. If we let people know there are 3 or 4 batik motifs that are actually being now showcased internationally, it is more than enough. Because the more you show to the world, the more people will have more chances to take the inspiration. And this is something that we don't want. And of course, if you see on the eyewear batik, every motif has their label. So the label of, for instance, copyright Jambi province, copyright Java, Central Java province, Indonesian batik. That is actually, we regard the meaning, each batik motif with its authenticity connected to the community and with the real identity. Like every person has a passport, or every person has a name and an identity. So why not also a motif? And with regards to the second question, how is it that we can see sustainability on this textile heritage making? Even woven textile and also batik textile, they depend on, first of all, wax resist dyeing, has also waste management. If you in UMS having this conference organized, you are now have a more knowledge on how to do a waste management on the wax resist dyeing waste, for instance. However, woven textile also have some waste management. For instance, in Bangkok, right now I am taking care of UNESCO Silk Road textile heritage management and resources on 6 countries in Southeast Asia, to look deeper on how actually people in different countries also have the same problem with different view. First of all, textile has to be preserved traditionally, and that is the richness of the country. You can say sustainability in terms of batik printing, fine. You don't put that much waste on the nature, but still sustainability on culture, it has to be with the authentic way of making, which is you have to use your hands to dye the indigo textile, the cotton and everything, and produce authentic handmade textile. So we can have a lot of debate about it. However, as a researcher, my position is to promote sustainability on culture, which means to sustain batik wax resist dyeing as such in a traditional landscape. However, for those people who promote the batik printing as an alternative, let it be. I mean, we are intellectuals. We know as much as we want to promote the batik motif, it can also be, throughout different methods. So, but of course, right now, as we want to make the most of the welfare of people in Indonesia, we're working on traditional making of textile. We really hope that we can support the handmade batik makers, batik textile, with all of this complexity. And that's why I guess this type of conference to open the debate on what is sustainability on your point of view is so important and necessary to equip our small medium enterprise in their creation. I hope I answer your question, Pak Eko.
Yeah, of course, Dr. Permatasari, and
Terima kasih.
we need to have a lot more insights from a different perspective. All right, okay, so let's proceed to the next question. Mr. Ramarizana, please.
Okay, thank you, Pak Eko. Yeah, Mbak Ayu, it's an honor to have you here. Yeah, because we are old friends. Yeah. Okay, I have a questions. Batik, as we know that it is just one of our Indonesian cultural heritage, and there are even more than that can be as famous as batik. Based on your team in eyewear batik experience, particularly during the initial stage, what are key experiences that can be beneficial and be lesson learned for a younger generation to bring other Indonesian cultural heritage to the world? and can help them to have acceleration to bring other Indonesian cultural heritage to the world. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mas Rama Rizana, our friend in PPI Saudi Arabia. Maybe correct me if I'm wrong. So nice to see you again in this conference. Yeah, I really second to your opinion. First of all, it's not only a question, but also an opinion that we want to make in other Indonesian textile heritage, such as woven textile, songket, gold embroidery, and sulam, we call it, to be as famous as batik. However, the question would be, sometimes it is related to your home. In which way that you want to show your home to outside? So you only dedicate one part of your home, at least in the terrace or veranda, to showcase the richness of your interior home. And now, batik is one of the entity that is being shown to the world. But of course, songket and other woven textile has its authenticity and specificity that can be also admired and promoted by people. And that's why we want to always encourage, and during the study and also right now being as a researcher involving with the cultural tourism and rural landscape, I actually try to always promote local government at the rural area to promote their richness in terms of textile and the motifs, to encourage at least young people first to come to Toraja, for instance, to come to Nusa Tenggara, East Nusa Tenggara, to really appreciate the motif that is original from the region, and also maybe come to local, just a neighborhood Sragen or Surakarta on the new batik motifs that they created from scratch. Because the power of young people, being them aware of what motif is a new variant. It's not about new variant of virus. We're talking about new variant of motif, which is more fun and more more appealing to go to the place where this motif actually comes from. And that's why we have to really enrich our narrative. And I really encourage students in this quorum to really embrace your creativity. If you want to go to any neighborhood, or maybe in your town or your place, you recognize there is a little batik shop, not a village, just ask, is there any other motif that you have that is different from here? And then maybe the batik gallery owner knows where is it come from. If it's a village that is just 2 kilometers from Surakarta, you need to visit that. You need to really help the people there to embrace their uniqueness, and then promote with the Instagram and or YouTube. Even now you can make film by your phone to encourage the place to be a little niche destination. That's why on my paper on fashion heritage destination, the twist of tradition and modernity, also look at the power of word of mouth, and also the power of young people to recreate the sense of place. And this is so important. We're not only talking about waste management, but also we are talking about creative management of your area. I think that hopefully that answers your question, my friend Mas Rama Rizana.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Ayu and Pak Eko. Yeah.
I think I have only 5 minutes before I have to teach other class in here, and maybe I would like to address one other question, if I may suggest.
Okay. So should I read the question for you, or there is?
Yeah, please.
Chat room to Dr. Puspita Permatasari, protecting batik motif is actually not just a cultural issue, but in my opinion, there is something more important, namely how this batik can improve the economy of batik makers and all entities involved in the batik supply chain. What's your opinion?
Thank you very much for the question. Yeah, I took a glance of your question in the chat, and now I I had a clearer idea. So in my presentation, you have seen this labyrinth of million puzzles. This is true because during my research on Master in Management of Cultural Heritage Sites, at the time I interviewed a lot of batik makers in different villages in Madura Island, and it's from 4 cities, 4 different landscape: rural agrarian society to rural aristocracy society in Sumeneb. And I have seen that actually one piece of batik that you buy, at least 10%, it goes to at least the middleman, and then 60% to the the maker. But don't worry, because you think that only 60% you go only to the maker. Yeah, of course, because if you talk about the even environmental management, if you look at how many, for instance, if Surakarta now as an area receive a lot of flux tourist, tourist revenue from in one day, at least 60% goes to infrastructure. And that's actually normal. However, we have to really know, when you go to village, batik making village, or maybe a shop, you actually don't need to really bargain, because as much as I know, interviewing batik gallery owner, in which way they would like to use their their profits, is actually to give to batik makers, because the risk comes to also the batik gallery owners. They are not only commission the batik makers to make batik for themselves, but they also have to take risk. If their batiks that don't really sell well or don't really sell fast, they have to keep paying the wages of the batik makers. And it doesn't mean that they can always increase the price. But if you see a modest batik maker and then a modest shop that you feel like, oh, I think the price and the product is at least the same in a way that you can handle the price, please just do so, and without creating a lot of hassle to bargain so much, because they're really in the edge of community, or in the edge of production costs that can only make them live. And that's why when Eyewear Batik was launched and then received 250,000 or visitors, we are not selling any batik, okay? We are just educating people on, if you want to wear to know batik motif, this is the right batik motif for any occasion. A lot of small medium enterprise use the knowledge from Eyewear Batik to rebrand or recreate their branding management, or the meaning of the motifs. And with that, how many, maybe it's already yielding thousands of euros, or maybe millions of rupiah, after as the indirect impact of people knowing batik from Eyewear Batik. So just for an instance, an occasion like 250,000 visitors in for Eyewear Batik for 3 years, at least they buy one batik. How many profits that actually goes around from the gallery to the makers, and from the makers to sustain their children to go to school. And that's the only thing that we want to promote, which is knowledge is not about you are more than the other, smarter than the other, but knowledge is about if you can share the vibes, and if you can share the benefits for a greater common goal. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Bu Fitri Agustina, any feedback? I guess it's enough. Yeah, still a lot more to discuss and to see, but time availability prevent us from going further and deeper. So Thank you very much, Dr. Ridi Saluja and Dr. Permatasari. And to Dr. Ridi Saluja and Dr. Permatasari, please, audience, let's give a big applause for them.
Thank
Okay.
you very much for
Yeah.
also my greetings to Dr. Ridi Saluja.
Thank you so much. And it was a pleasure to be here. Thanks so much.
So on behalf of all participants, the committee, as well as the Faculty of Engineering academics and persons of UMS, I would like to express gratitude as well as thankfulness to Dr. Ridi Saluja and Dr. Puspita Ayu Permatasari for being able to share their knowledge, your thought and ideas regarding the topics you just have delivered. Thank you very much, and I will give this screen to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much for the organization of wonderful event.
Thank you, Dr. Matasari.
Okay, so thank you for Dr. Eko Setiawan to guide this second panel session, and thank you very much for Dr. Ridi Saluja and Dr. Puspita Ayu Permatasari for sharing the insightful discussions and the inspiring journey.
And for the next agenda, we announce the best paper of ICETIA RAPI 2023. And we will start with the ICETIA paper. Okay, what is the best paper for ICETIA? Okay, the first paper will be ID paper 198 with the title Vulnerability Assessment of Existing Low-Rise Building Structures in Earthquake-Prone Areas with authors Yeni Nur Hasanah, Muhammad Solikin, Abdul Rahman, Muhammad Ujianto, Muhammad Sari Fauzi, and Ayub Hendra Nugraha. And for the second one will be with ID paper 216 with the title Thermal Comfort Resilience in Traditional Architecture Housing in Kampung Lawean, Surakarta with the author Nur Rahmawati Samsiah and Alfa Fabela Priyatmono. And the last one will be with ID paper 169 with the title Which One is the Best? Household Solid Waste Collection Facility Sitting in a Developing Countries Autonomous Region with the author Eko Setiawan, Juang Vittorio Kusuma, Ganang Adi Sulistiawan, and Septin Pujiastuti. Congratulations for the best paper of ICETIA 2023.
Next is the best paper of RAPI 2023. The first one is RAPI with ID paper 126 with the title Kajian Pembuatan Katalis Berbasis Biochar dari Biomasa untuk Transesterifikasi Minyak Jelantah menjadi Biodiesel, written by Rizky Amalia Ahmad Taufikur Rahman and Rohim Bahti Cahyono. The second best paper with RAPI ID paper 144 with the title Telemonitoring Suhu, Kelembapan, dan pH Tanah untuk Tanaman Aglaonema. And the authors are Ratnasari Nurrohmah, Muhammad Ramadhani Raihan, Aris Budiman, Muhammad Nasrul Mubin, dan Nur Rahim. And next is RAPI ID paper with 108 with the title Analisis Kinerja Rantai Pasok Halal dengan Supply Chain Operation Reference dan Proses Maturity Model Studi Kasus Resto ABG Bumes. And the authors are Rizal Ma'arif Alinuddin, Adinda Soraya Putri, Hafid Munawir, and Moh Junaidi.
Okay, honorable guests, speakers, and participants, as we bring this international conference to close, we express our gratitude for the actively participating and sharing knowledge in this conference.
We would like to say thank you for all the speakers for their valuable discussions and making this conference a success.
See you on the ICETIA RAPI 2024. Thank you, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nah, selesai. Kalau ngomong kamu. Oh, tadi tuh 100 itu.